It is 8 o'clock, and by my account, we have a full quorum for the record, and so I will turn the meeting to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The first item for you is to resolve into the State Loan and Investment Board and hear items from the Wyoming Business Council.
Very good. Well, Director Jarrell, so.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today we have 3 projects for.
Sorry.
In our briefing, we were, they said we were doing State Board of Land Commissioners first. And this was my concern when we started switching. I mean, absent extraordinary circumstance, I think it's starting to create some confusion here. Is there some procedure where we're gonna know which one goes first? Just for the public, for comment or?
Take that under advisement.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today we have 3 projects that came before the Wyoming Business Council Board in September. And as you look at all of these projects, you'll probably notice they're good projects. There are projects I think that the governor has been asking for, and the legislature has been asking for, projects like these that are really going to make a big difference and get rid of some challenges in some of our communities. There are also projects that, while they are really good, I think there are some things to sort of pay attention to as we discuss them today, and that is ultimately how do we utilize these projects to not just get the project done, but also to really increase the resilience of our communities and sort of get rid of some of the fragility that we have when things go a little bit sideways. And that does happen from time to time, whether those are big economic factors or whether those are construction cost overruns. How can our communities respond to those and be able to do that maybe either with less state involvement or no state involvement? And that's something that we are really trying to push in addition to helping good projects get done. So to go through those 3 projects, Ms. Noelle Reed will take us through those and be able to present the pertinent information on them, as well as answer the bulk of the questions that come up. So with that, I will ask that we turn it over to Ms. Reed.
Ms. Reed, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Before we get into the projects, there is one administrative item that we need to take care of, and that is approving the draft June 6, 2024 Slib minutes.
Very good. Members of the board, you've had a chance to review the minutes. Are there changes or clarifications for the June 6 minutes? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion to accept them.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for the auditor's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I will go ahead and move into the 3 projects. My name is Noelle Reed, and I am the Grants Portfolio Manager for the Wyoming Business Council. We do have 3 projects before you today. Total recommendations equal $20,390,713. We currently have about $94.5 million in the BRC account. The first project before you today is from the Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport Board. The Airport Board is requesting a $2 million community readiness grant and a $5 million loan to complete the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport Commercial Terminal Modernization Project. The Airport Board was awarded a $3 million BRC Community Readiness Grant in April 2021 for this project. Their increased request follows a series of challenges that have resulted in increased costs and significant delays. And the 2021 BRC write-up is in your materials on tab 3. The recommendation from the Business Council Board is to fund as requested with a contingency in place that I will go over in a minute. About 5 to 10 years ago, the Airport Board and staff began intensive plans to redevelop the airport's commercial airline terminal. The ultimate plan consisted of expanding the terminal to almost twice its existing size and renovating the existing terminal to match the new addition, as well as infrastructure upgrades and parking lot upgrades. Additionally, in 2023, the airport completed its most recent FAA-approved master plan. This plan predicts that the airport will be served by a 76-seat regional jet aircraft daily, with less than daily service to destinations such as Las Vegas and Phoenix by 2027. They currently have 50-seat aircrafts. When the original BRC grant was awarded in 2021, the airport board issued an RFP for a construction manager at risk to complete the project. The selected construction manager at risk began pre-construction work with the airport board and its design team to issue a guaranteed maximum price. Unfortunately, unforeseen issues arose during the initial construction process. These issues resulted in a termination of the contract in August 23 and ongoing litigation. The airport board worked with the Federal Aviation Administration, or the FAA, to determine next steps. With their guidance, the airport board selected Q&D Construction to complete the project. As the construction has been started but not finalized, Q&D conducted a new pre-construction process and revised the budget. When combined with costs already incurred, the total project costs have risen to about $41.5 million. The previous total project costs in 2021 were $18.6 million, so they've more than doubled the price. Due to these issues, the project is partially complete but still underfunded. The airport board has undergone a robust fundraising campaign since early '24 to fully fund this project. Here is an overview of the funding sources that they have and have applied for. The 72% is from the FAA. This 7% comes from WYDOT, the Wyoming Department of Transportation. This is the Business Council's, what we have already given them, and then also the request before you today. And then the 3% is local. And then here are some photos of what it looks like. So it has some work completed, but as you can see, it's not finalized and there is still quite a bit of work to be done. The 2020 Aviation Impact Study conducted by the WYDOT Aeronautics Division showed that the airport supported visitor spending, with the average visitor spending about $1,600 per visit. This economic activity supported 183 local jobs and $6.1 million in local payroll. Overall, the airport is responsible for a total annual activity of $36.9 million. This includes 324 jobs, $11.4 million in local payroll, $25.5 million in spending, and $1.4 million in state and local tax revenue. Furthermore, the airport board has applied for more money than projected estimates. If successful with all of their funding requests, the airport board would work with the Business Council, the City of Rock Springs, and Sweetwater County to reduce the amount that is drawn down on the BRC grant and loan. They also worked closely with the FAA and the Business Council to determine next best steps to take to navigate these challenges. Finally, there is potential to attract and retain additional workforce to the region. For example, recently a new aircraft maintenance company has relocated to the airport property, employing approximately 15 jobs paying above $100,000 a year, and the airport board was able to get them here utilizing their own economic development efforts and funds. And there is also letters of support for this project from the community in your board materials.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor. Oh, sorry, Superintendent, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on those applications for additional funding. If all of those were to be successful, what would that total back towards the grant? Do you know?
Just a moment, Madam Superintendent, let me get that material out. So they have, Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, they have applied for approximately $54 million and total project costs are $41 million. That it does include the $8 million that they have additionally applied to, or sorry, the $7 million that they have additionally applied for us. So 11 minus 7, so by about $4 million approximately.
You know, and this might be for Mr. Brubaker, but I want to ask it first for you. The presentation they had talked about the 14 million that they're using from their federal grant, from their capital grants that the feds give them for capital improvements. Can that be used to pay off a loan over time?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I would like you to ask Mr. Devin Brubaker that. I do not want to misspeak on
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Continuing with the presentation, so some of the state considerations that we looked with at this project, the fact that the southwest region of Wyoming is experiencing a period of heightened economic activity. With all of that activity occurring, there is potential for 3,000 permanent new residents in the Rock Springs area in the next 5 to 6 years. The BRC leverage ratio for this project is 24% of total project costs, and the infrastructure improvements that will further develop other airport property will help to attract business to the area. Here's a little bit of information on the loan that they are requesting. It's a $5 million loan, 30-year term with a 1% interest. So about $194,000 in annual payment, and interest collected would be a little over $800,000. The compelling aspects of this project was that the applicant has applied for more funding from various sources than what is needed to fund the project. The project will support the high level of economic activity occurring in the southwest region of the state, and there is that leverage ratio of 24%. A concerning item is that there is no new work being performed. This is still the same project that was applied for in 2021. I did receive the Attorney General's opinion yesterday on the loan, and he stated that the project does meet all statutory requirements. Staff's recommendation before our board was loan only. However, the Business Council Board's recommendation is to fund both the grant and the loan as requested, with a contingency that if the applicant receives additional funding from those other sources, the Business Council grant amount will be reduced appropriately before the loan. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do believe Mr. Brubaker is here to answer questions as well.
Terrific. Questions? Further questions? If there are none, okay, please.
Mr. Chairman, what did the Wyoming Business Council do in talking with them about recapturing some of the funds on the litigation that they're currently in right now? I mean, it's, I think 15 million they paid or something like that. I mean, it's just, it looks like there's gonna, if there's a settlement or some sort of judgment, it'd be good if some of that could be clawed back towards some of the debtors on the project. So what did you talk with about that?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, so I do believe there are a couple of challenges to the Business Council getting revenue back from that. One is FAA has some specific regulations that any revenue that an airport receives has to stay with the airport property and for airport purposes, and Mr. Brubaker can speak more to that. I think there is another challenge with that regarding the litigation and any potential dollars that may or may not come back, and so it wasn't something that we discussed a ton with them because of those challenges.
That's it? Okay. Well, Mr. Brubaker.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. Thank you for your time this morning. I'd like to, before I forget, and don't do it at the end, I just want to take an opportunity to thank the Business Council staff. When we called and said, hey, this is what's happening, we have these rules we need to follow with the federal government, but we also want to make sure we comply with everything you need. There was never any hesitation for them to work with us, so a huge shout out to them. And I know we're not here today to talk about ARPA dollars, but I also want to give a shout out to your OSLI team for their assistance with all of the ARPA grants and programs. They've been stellar to work with, so really appreciate that as well. Mr. Chairman, if I can, I'd like to maybe address some of the Secretary's questions first off, and then if there's other questions, happy to answer those. First off, I'll start with the most recent question with litigation. Obviously, it's ongoing litigation, so limited information that I can discuss in a public arena like this. I will say that the airport board and the city and the county have encumbered significant legal expenses to date to pursue this litigation. And so if there are proceeds from any type of settlement or judgment, those would be first made whole to cover legal fees. After that, we will determine how those other funds would be handled, whether it be defective work or other things like that. But until we know what those numbers are, it's really hard to, surmise exactly how that plays out. And much like the request for additional funding, Superintendent, your question that Ms. Reed did a phenomenal job answering, until we know even if we're going to get those additional funds, and at what level, just because we apply for, say, $14 million, doesn't mean that we would get the full 14. They may come in and say, hey, we're only giving you $3 million. That changes all the formulas, all the calculations, but we are committed to working with the state, not just the Business Council, but YDOT as well, to make sure that if there is, in the end, excessive funding for the project, that money comes back to the funding partners. And we would do that in a fair and equitable manner as possible for the state. We've done that time and time again on prior projects, specifically with YDOT Aeronautics, and it would be no different moving forward. Mr. Secretary, I believe you had another question earlier. I'm trying to remember what it was. I
Yeah,
apologize.
my question, Mr. Chairman, is, and I'm sorry I didn't think about this yesterday when we met, but it's not, I'm not springing this on you, I just didn't think of it. Can the local FAA formula payments and the federal, the payments, the FAA payments on your capital construction, that yearly amount you get, that yearly tranche for capital construction, you said that you're going to use everything through 2028 for this project. So I'm wondering if you could use some of the funds past 28 to pay off the loan.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, excellent question. So every grant from the Federal Aviation Administration has its own set of rules, unfortunately. I can tell you with confidence that our apportionment formula monies that come each year out of the Airport and Airway Trust Fund, those can be used to service debt, but only the principal, not the interest payments. I can assure you that we do not have the ability to utilize our apportionment dollars after 2028 on this project. We have critical runway projects that are being pushed back as a result of this project, that if we do not tackle those projects to do rehabilitations with those dollars, we will risk having to do reconstructions on those runways. And I think you all are aware how expensive it is to reconstruct a mile of road. I can assure you that reconstructing a mile of a runway is about 10 times that cost. So we want to avoid reconstruction at all costs. We're already putting that at risk by allocating 4 years of our apportionment dollars towards this project when they were already allocated for taxiways and runways at the airport. We can't risk pushing that back any further.
Further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I know the answer to this because I don't think that we know, right, based on a lot of the applications for additional funding that you're requesting. But I think what's challenging here in this project, I think it's a great project, really support it, is just as, I think staff explained earlier of we're coming back to the pod after, these unfortunate events occurred and that sort of thing. And so how do we balance, making sure these projects don't fail at the state level, but also, creating resiliency in communities to overcome these obstacles and that sort of thing. And so was just curious, and again, it's probably too difficult to answer with all these pending applications, but what, a reduced amount of grant, say 1 million versus the 2, or the loan without the grant, how that you think would impact the project, or if you have any idea of some of the possibility of these other programs.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, excellent question. And I failed at the beginning to let you know that I may have some local folks on the Zoom land or whatever platform you guys are using today. Our board chairman, our mayor, and county commissioner may be online that can expand on this as needed. I could tell you that the project is going to get done no matter what happens here today. That's probably not the answer I should be telling you all, because you would all say, well, I'm just going to vote no. But the reality is if you all vote no or you reduce this amount of funding, the city and the county are going to bear that burden. The local taxpayers are going to bear that burden, and it's going to take away from other critical projects and other critical needs in our community. I can't speak for the county or the city, but I can tell you that the county's assessed valuation was actually down this year. And on top of the risk of this project hitting the books for the county, they basically wiped out all of their capital investment in other projects, other entities across the entire county, because they had this risk out here of the airport terminal project. And then they also had the declining assessed valuation. We have, as the Business Council mentioned, we have an immense amount of activity, as you're all aware as well, coming into Sweetwater County over the next 5, 6, 10 years. Those revenues don't come in up front. We have to wait for the activity to occur and that trona to start coming out of the ground and power plants to start producing before that revenue starts coming to the community. So we have a couple years ahead of us where we're probably going to be challenged a little bit in Sweetwater County to keep up with all the needs. The people are coming, the needs are coming, but the revenue doesn't come yet. And so that's why a loan makes sense, because there will be revenue to help repay that loan. The grant helps us right now to be able to stem that bleeding, if you will, to the local taxpayers. So the project's going to get done thanks to the support of the city and the county, but it's at a risk of impacting other critical projects and services in our community. And like I said, we have local elected officials that had some personal circumstances arise. They wanted to be here in person, but couldn't make it, so they apologize. If you have any questions for them, I believe they are online.
Sure. And Devin, appreciate you being here. Let me see if there's any more questions specifically for you. If there aren't, I do have one, and I think this just goes technically, and it could be to Ms. Reed or to you. I think if I understood you correctly, and at least how we're doing this, the money might be committed, but you would submit receipts as they come in. And if I understand you correctly, if there's a grant that comes in beforehand, you'd use the grant, if appropriate, to pay that receipt before then remitting it to the state. Is that a proper description of how you might approach this?
Mr. Chairman, it's exactly, and you probably did a much better job explaining it than I did, so thank you for that. The reality is more money comes in from the federal government. I want to use those dollars before I use state dollars, because if we don't use those federal dollars, they likely won't land back in Wyoming. They're going to land somewhere else. Whereas if I can return state dollars to you all or to WYDOT, that money is coming back into the state and being reinvested in the state. So that's my priority, is to, if we can get those other dollars coming in, maximize our federal dollar usage and minimize our state and local dollar usage.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, the other thing I wanted to ask, I really believe in accountability for these contractors. Specifically in a public setting, it just seems like there can be a culture of just taking advantage of public entities. And, I know it's being litigated right now. How are you helping to build some accountability here, though, for some of the challenges that you faced? I mean, I think it's very important that we lay out the track record on each of the contractors that the public interacts with.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, I couldn't agree more. As a public official that's responsible for public dollars, I've worked in 6 different states, 6 different airports over the last 21 years, and I can't tell you how many of my superiors would just write a check. They would just say, oh, you want 50% more? We're just gonna write a check and get the project done. I think our actions speak for themselves, that we have from day one held this contractor accountable and pursued litigation. We are going to continue that path. As somebody that is heavily involved in legislative work for Wyoming airports across the state, I'm committed to seeing how this litigation plays out and how we can evaluate our state statutes to create mechanisms for local governments and even the state government to be able to ensure that contractors that have a history of poor performance can be identified in a way that keeps other public entities from encountering the same situation.
Any further questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, one, and it may be more for Noel. So I understand, if money comes back in, which may be a lot or none or somewhere in between, that a potential motion would have that contingency that we, recapture isn't the right word, but that the grant funds would be not utilized. And I hear you saying it's gonna be fair and equitable. What is that? What is fair? I mean, fair and equitable is a little bit in the eyes of the beholder. So is that sort of hammered out to some extent? And where does the state stand? I mean, does it go to YDOT first, or does it come to the board first, or does it go to the local community first and then us, or what are the, because I think unless we know that, that contingency isn't terribly meaningful.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, yes, so some of it is still, like you said, up in the air depending on how much they are able to get back. I believe how we would do it is we would look at the percentages of each of the funding sources and then take that away at that same percentage. And so it's, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Thanks. Further questions? Yeah. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm wondering a little bit, Mr. Brubaker, where you are on the project life. It sounds like this litigation is sort of in cycle right now. If we were to approve just the loan and have an understanding with the Wyoming Business Council, we'd of course check with them. I mean, they've already, I think, had their board recommendations, so I don't think you'd have to go back to them and maybe get updates, the December meeting, February meeting, seeing where you're at on the litigation, getting some settlement dollars into this project. And then we can come back and help backfill up to 2 million, up to a certain amount in terms of the grant and the state. We do want to see, I want to see this project done. I want to see it done in a way that we can make it work and that it's not overburdening anybody, but everybody's in their fair share, paying their fair share. My concern is that, the settlement comes in and then, it's better for that to come in and see how that plays out. And then we maybe could backfill some of the projects. So what do you think of that proposal? We go ahead and do the loan and it's 2 million. I'm sure, this has got a little bit of a ways to go. What do you think of that proposal?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, first, I'll just say that any support we receive from the state is going to be much appreciated. Second, I would try to point to, without diving into the weeds too deeply, all of the different grants. We're up to about 22 different grants or programs that is funding this project right now, each of them with different eligibility strings and different requirements in terms of what elements of the project are eligible, what timing of the project they're eligible. For instance, the Wyoming Business Council, no expenses incurred prior to the agreements being executed are eligible. And so if we delay any type of award and we delay an AG's review and issuance of an agreement, we run the risk that all of the different puzzle pieces don't line up, is what it was. And that's the most simplistic way to really explain it. I have some grants that are based on a percentage of the project, and they can be reimbursable, meaning they can go to past expenditures from the FAA. I have other FAA grants that can only be for future expenditures, and they're tied to a specific scope of the project. And then much like the business, like I said, with the Business Council, this is largely based on a percentage of the project, but it's only for expenses that occur after the grant agreement or the loan agreement are executed. And so that creates timing challenges for us. The reality is the contingency that the Business Council board recommended solves I think at least some of your concern. We're not going to draw that grant unless it's absolutely needed. We have to draw the loan first. And obviously, if I have other funding sources, I'm not going to draw a loan. I don't want to have debt service over the airport for the next 30 years. So if I have a mechanism to not draw the loan, great. And then I can't draw the grant, the extra $2 million grant, until I've fully drawn the loan anyway, based on that contingency, assuming that would continue in any potential motion from you all. So I believe the contingency the Business Council board has recommended actually addresses your concern. Yes, the money is encumbered. It is not there available for you to grant to other entities. I fully understand that, but there's protection for the state that we're not going to go just grab that grant money and use it. We have to follow a path, and you guys build in a bit of a barrier, a flood wall, if you will, or the Business Council did with that contingency, to make sure that we can't get that grant until we draw the loan, and we really don't want to have to draw the loan. I'd love to find a path to not draw a loan. So you build a flood wall, if you will, to protect the state with that contingency.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I see staff nodding in agreement with what that's been said. So just for the record, that's correct. They would draw the loan first and then the grant.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that is correct. And we would probably do the loan agreement first and have that executed prior to worrying about a grant agreement execution.
Thank you.
Thanks. Further questions? If not, I do know the mayor is on, and your board chair, I think, is too.
And I do have a Commissioner Toman is on board, Mayor Mickelson, and then our board chairman, I believe Jim Wamsley, may be on as well.
Okay, if anyone wants to address the board now is your opportunity. It looks like Commissioner Thoman is queued up, and it looks like Mayor Mickelson is right afterwards. So Commissioner, I recognize.
Yes, Commissioner Tolman. Can you
Yep.
hear me?
We sure can.
Well, I just want to ask for your support of the loan and the grant. We are in the eye of the storm, as you might say. Southwest Wyoming's regional airport is a major hub for transportation for that whole quarter of the state. And we are gearing up for expansion. But as Mr. Brubaker said, we do not have the money coming in as of yet to help us with all of these expenses. So we would greatly appreciate your support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Thoman? Thanks very much. I'll recognize Mayor Mickelson.
Thank you. I just want to thank you all for your consideration of this request. Devin has done an exceptionally good job of navigating an unfortunate situation that was outside of his control and our control. And we certainly appreciate your willingness to look at this, recognizing that it is an unusual request. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone else online or in the room here?
Mr. Chairman, I might just point out that our board chairman would have loved to have been here, but he is dealing with a personal tragedy right now, and he apologizes in advance for not being able to be here, so.
Very good. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion of some sort.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I think initially I was honestly leaning probably towards loan only, but I think the additional, is this working or no? But Mr. Chairman, with the additional guardrails put in place by Business Council staff and the order of payment, I'm comfortable making a motion for the board recommendation of a $2 million grant, $5 million loan with all the contingencies as discussed by the Business Council.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm going to go ahead and vote for this. I do think that it's very important that our legislature, our executive branch agencies really need to start working to get some contracting reforms so these kind of issues don't keep happening. And getting that formula right in the RFP process, I mean, it's challenging, but I think there's some reforms that can be made in state law to do that. And the reality is Southwest Wyoming is under attack from the federal government. I think that there's a lot of exciting things happening down there with the soda ash industry. But I just go back to every time I drove over there the last few weeks, you know, the Black Butte mine is being there's reclamation occurring on it right now with the drag line right along the interstate. And that's really troubling. We have to make sure all the regions of our state are reaching their full potential. And I think this airport is very important in doing that. And I'm going to go ahead and support it, although I think that there's a lot of lessons here that our state, all of our public entities need to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further comments? Discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Brubaker.
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you so much for your time and your support, not just today, but years past and years moving forward. We're committed to supporting this growth and supporting as much of the state of Wyoming as we can with all of our efforts in Southwest Wyoming. So thank you very much for your support, and have a great day.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next project comes from the Sheridan Economic and Educational Development Authority. CEDA requests a $4.4 million community readiness grant to develop the Sheridan High-Tech Park Phase 2. The project would include the purchase of 35 acres along with the installation of water, sewer, and roadway infrastructure. CEDA has entered into an MOU with John E. Rice & Sons to purchase 35 acres for $2.5 million and be gifted an additional 10.29 acres for use as a matching contribution to the project. This project has been developed based on the success of Phase 1. Phase 1 has been one of the community's most successful economic projects. That 43.5 acre park currently contains 3 businesses that employ approximately 300 residents in light manufacturing and research and development jobs. Based on the success of Phase 1, CEDA applied for and received BRC funding in 2022 to conduct a feasibility study to assess several potential sites in the Sheridan area as viable locations for the Phase 2 concept. The study recommended 2 preferred sites, and after careful consideration, the CEDA board selected the John E. Rice & Sons proposal. In addition to the purchase agreement, other factors that were considered when choosing the site included the location and access to the interstate, potential for further ecosystem expansion since it's located next to Phase 1, and there is potential for that labor pool mobility, and the availability, capacity, and timing for the necessary infrastructure. A conceptual design for this project includes a 6-lot layout with lots ranging from approximately 5 acres to 7.5 acres, with the ability to combine lots as necessary. And here is a conceptual design of what that looks like. So if you can see my cursor down here, that is where Phase 1 is located. And so then Phase 2 will be located just across the street there. In 2022, the community engaged a community review process called Sheridan Thrive 2035. This review captured broad community support for expanding efforts based on current successes, including light manufacturing. There is also potential for additional development outside of Phase 2. There is approximately 20 to 30 acres of privately owned land to the east of this site that will become more developable through the proposed additional infrastructure. This project also allows for CEDA to potentially be self-sufficient. Currently, CEDA receives an annual rent revenue of $242,000, and this project could generate even higher revenue numbers. Finally, the community has been engaged in other community development efforts, specifically in housing. In 2021, Sheridan County, the City of Sheridan, and CEDA completed a housing needs assessment and housing action plan. The community has now created a housing land trust. Approximately 30 lots have been donated for a housing development, and the community is looking at infrastructure and other components of that project. Sheridan is also participating in the Business Council's assessment program via Insight Consulting. Only 6 communities were selected to participate, and this year's Insight program will look at the entire community's assets and economic development efforts, not just industrial sites like last year. Finally, letters of support for this project begin in tab 4, page 13 of your board packet. Here is a timeline of events that started back in 2008-2009 prior to Phase 1 being developed. And I just put this in the slideshow. I thought it was just a great overview of, 1, how long some of these economic and community development efforts can take, and 2, just to show how much effort and due diligence the Sheridan community has put into encouraging that light manufacturing and research and development ecosystem. This project aligns with the Wyoming Economic Development Strategy by activating new economic sectors. The first phase of the Sheridan High-Tech Park was developed to aid existing businesses in expanding and recruiting advanced manufacturing to Sheridan. All 3 of the businesses in that park are regional or national leaders in their industries and have active research and development staff. The Sheridan High Tech Park Phase 2 will continue those goals to further develop and grow the Sheridan area. It also enables further enhancement of the manufacturing ecosystem. Revenue from this project will be recaptured in the form of property sales or leases. CETA will retain 75% of the funds generated by the project to further their efforts, and the remaining 25% of recaptured funds will be returned to the BRC accounts. The compelling items for this project were that it is a very well thought out planning and implementation process. There is potential for growth and ecosystem enhancement, and there is potential for CETA to be self-sufficient. The only concerning item is their current local economic development capacity is a little on the low side because CETA also works with educational endeavors. However, the community has created what they call Economic Development Monthly. This is a group that meets monthly and is looking at how they better respond to business leads moving forward, and they will use a local consultant to help them with that endeavor. So the recommendation from our board is to fund as requested. I'm happy to answer any questions, and Robert Briggs is here as well to answer questions.
Very good, thank you. Questions for the staff? If there are none, Robert, good to see you. You might want to, yep.
Now you can hear me. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you. We're very appreciative of the ongoing support of both this.
And would you just identify yourself?
I apologize. My name is Robert Briggs. I'm the administrator for the Sheridan Economic and Educational Development Authority. And we're very grateful in the Sheridan community for all the ongoing support that we've received from the Wyoming Business Council, from the Slib board, and from our other economic development partners. This project represents an opportunity to engage in, as Mr. Durrell has often mentioned, the economic development flywheel, which is this process of constantly planning, evaluating community capacity, and choosing the right projects. And we've been really, really grateful for the companies that we've been able to work with. As Ms. Reed has already indicated, there's 300 jobs in the existing high-tech business park. Their total area payroll is $25 million. There's been an additional $10 million in private investment in that park. And we're grateful for the opportunity to replicate those successes. Mayor Bridger is here with me today, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the project.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Briggs? Mr. Treasurer.
Would you, I guess or assume the amount of that payroll actually results in sales taxes in Sheridan County?
Mr. Treasurer, Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's an excellent question. You often see with like multiplier effects what that might look like in the community, and I've seen numbers, in the $3 to $4 range in terms of multiplier. That's something that we haven't looked at in detail, but I think it's an excellent question.
If you have a $22 million payroll, that I think that's total taxes coming in with the multiplier. I'm just curious about sales tax. So
I apologize. I don't have that number at my fingertips.
Yeah, the reason I bring that up, Mr. Chairman, is that I think we're going to have a harder time getting a lot of the grant programs and things, funded in the next few years. Just to make things, we're getting less and less revenue coming in from minerals and one of the things that local governments have that they can avail themselves with is a 0.25% sales tax for economic development. I know Goshen County does that. That's the one thing that really allows them to actually make some matches and have a successful economic development program. So that's something, I guess, in the future, I'd say, open your eyes to that potential possibility, but find out, whether or not it makes sense. And you've got a good deal that's gone on here for several years. You've got some good numbers. Be interesting to see what a 0.25% tax would actually raise on the new numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Treasurer, I'd only note that one of the challenges for Sheridan is the leakage to a state next door without sales tax. And so I think that's always been a challenge for Sheridan County. But it's a good point that you make, and I do think that, you know, in the case of Weatherby, when they sell a rifle or whatever, there's probably some sales tax, but I bet we can get those numbers. And I think your point's well made, so.
That's not only for, you know, Sheridan County, for some of these other, you know, counties that need to have some economic development funds. That's a way that they might look at it and run the numbers for themselves. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Further questions from Mr. Briggs? If not, Mr. Mayor, do you want to address the board? Thank you for being down here, and we're certainly thinking of your community and the ones to the north.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. And yes, it's been a challenge for us in the north. We've had, as you know, a lot of wildfires, and so that's been a battle for us. So we're planning at some point to have rain, which would be nice to have. As far as this project is concerned,
Mr. Mayor, could you just identify yourself for the record? Sorry.
yeah, I probably should do that. Rich Bridger, Mayor, City of Sheridan. But as far as this project is concerned, it's well thought out. I mean, we're pretty deliberate about what we do. Our first phase has been very successful. It's brought in 3 companies that promote our economy and Wyoming's economy. And now we're looking at that next phase, and we already have interested parties that want to be a part of that. And so I think it'll just be another success story, not only for us, but for the state. And so I would just strongly urge you to support our endeavors, and thank you for allowing us to bring that forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions for the mayor?
It's
Thanks.
just as well.
Thanks for coming down.
Well,
Really
thank you for
appreciate
having
that.
us.
Anyone else want to address the board? Is there anyone online? Doesn't appear so. All right. If there is no further discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of a community readiness grant in the amount of $4,426,000 to CEDA, or Sheridan Economic and Educational Development Authority.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thanks. Safe travels home. So, Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our last project comes from the town of Evansville. The town of Evansville requests an $8.9 million business committed grant for the development of a 206-acre site. This development will provide the needed infrastructure to serve the committed business, Mesa, on 43.8 acres, as well as creating an additional 162 acres of developable land. The site is located south of Highway 2026, north of Interstate 25, and west of Hat 6 Road within the town of Evansville. The area is well suited for light industrial development, but has remained undeveloped due to difficult terrain and the high cost of infrastructure development. The Business Council Board is recommending the funding as requested. The proposed project consists of installing water, sanitary sewer, and storm sewer mains within the 2 existing roadways of Mystery Bridge and Wildcat Road, surface improvements to those roads to serve Mesa, which are currently gravel roads. Additionally, the roads will be extended to service additional lots, and finally developing a new roadway, West Road, which will serve Mesa as a secondary access road, but also allow for the additional lots access. So here is a map of it. So this gray area is the current roads that are gravel, and then the light gray is what the extensions will be, as well as the new road. And then here is where the proposed Mesa building will be located. When we look at business committed projects, we look at the job quality and the company's strength as well. So with this project, this is the highest number of retained jobs for a BRC project at 222 current employees. It's also the highest number of created jobs for a BRC project at 261. There's also complexity with these jobs. They are unique and there is multiple types of knowledge needed to be successful. The wages for this will be 30% higher than Natrona County's median wage. They are proposing wages at $29.74 per hour. Natrona County's current median wage is $22.77 an hour. These wages are also higher than both Wyoming and national average manufacturing industry wages. Finally, Mesa currently has partnerships with Casper College, the University of Wyoming, WyoTech, and the Department of Workforce Services. They regularly participate in local job and career fairs, as well as donate as a corporate sponsor to the University of Wyoming College of Business. Mesa is a power solutions company specializing in the manufacturing, sales, leasing, and operations of natural gas and liquid propane-powered mobile and stationary generator sets, microgrids, and most recently, a line of engines. Mesa operates in multiple locations in the United States and across the globe. The company's sales trends have shown a significant growth rate for the past 3 years. The company owns and leases several facilities throughout the community and has outgrown them. So the company is planning to invest heavily into the community with a $75 million investment in building a 203,000 square foot facility, as well as any equipment needs. Upon completion, Mesa will become a top 5 employer in Natrona County. This project aligns with the 2022 Engage Evansville Comprehensive Plan update. One of the goals of this plan is to increase economic diversity to support retention and expansion of existing and new businesses, and to pursue industries and businesses that meet local employment needs to reduce the need for residents to commute outside the community for employment. There is potential for this project to further enhance the region's manufacturing ecosystem. This project has the potential to be the catalyst for future growth for Evansville. And even though it's a business committed application, there are a lot of community readiness aspects to it as well. This project will help the community work towards resolving barriers to growth. If approved, this project will unlock about 68% of their entire developable land inventory. There is also a huge public-private partnership that made this project happen, and I don't think this project would be possible without this partnership. There is collaboration between 2 private developers, the town, Advanced Casper, and the business. All of these are putting dollars towards eligible project costs, and Mesa is also putting in dollars towards the ineligible project costs with the building and equipment. And there is also dirt work being done by the private developer at the tune of about $3 million that is not included in the eligible project costs. I think an important note to remember is that without BRC funds, Mesa's expansion could not occur. Furthermore, there would be risk of the company relocating parts of itself outside of the state. This project unlocks 162 acres of developable land, which will be ideal locations for complementary industry or suppliers to Mesa. Mesa currently utilizes many local suppliers, and many of those submitted letters of support for this project, and they are included in your packet. I do want to touch on revenue recapture. For this project, the BRC funds requested will solely be utilized for utilities and not assets. Therefore, there will be no revenue recapture realized. However, the town of Evansville passed a resolution in late August to reserve 10% of any additional property tax revenues created by this project for use on future economic and community development projects in the area. And finally, I will discuss the economic impact. So when we look at these projects, we look at the economic impact of the the new jobs as well as the capital expenditures over here. So the annual impact to Natrona County of the 261 new jobs and the capital expenditure by the business is approximately $13.7 million. I also had our third-party analysis run what that economic impact would be of the 222 current jobs that Mesa has, and that annual impact to Natrona County is $5.7 million. So when we look at how long it would take to recoup BRC funds, this 6.5 months is just for the new jobs. It does not include the retained jobs. If you include the retained jobs figures, that drops it down to about 4 months.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Reed, you mentioned a little bit the revenue recapture. If we could just go back to that for a moment, just because that's a little bit different than what we typically see. Has this been done with projects in the past? Is it a typical kind of formula that we've used, just seeing that it's different from the usual projects.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, most of the projects that we've seen that are business committed do have a revenue recapture component because it's usually leasing a building or something like that. So it's been a while since we've done a business committed project that has no revenue recapture. And with that project, I don't believe we asked the community to pass a resolution. So this is kind of the first time that we've worked with the community and asked them to create something just for themselves that doesn't have any revenue recapture back to the BRC account. And really kudos to the community because they thought it was a great idea and they were willing to take it before their city council and before the community to see if they had support for it, and it passed. But I do believe this is one of the first times that we've asked a community to do something like that in lieu of a revenue recapture plan.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So the compelling items for this project, the fact that it is the highest number of retained and created positions for a BRC project. It does also have the highest leverage ratio of total project costs for a BRC project at 11%. It develops an additional 162 acres to act as a catalyst for future economic growth. And the community is willing and already did create that resolution to support economic development within their community. The only concerning item is that there is no revenue recaptured directly back to the BRC account. However, the resolution that the town passed will increase that local capacity and economic growth for the region. So we felt comfortable with that in lieu of a revenue recapture plan. I did receive the Attorney General opinion on this yesterday as well, and he stated that the project meets all statutory and constitutional requirements. The Business Council Board did waive our rules on the maximum award amount. Currently, there are proposed rules that have new maximum awards that are in public comment period. Our board also did recommend to fund this project as requested. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Are there questions? Are there questions? Ms. Reed, I noted that Dr. Schaefer asked about the headquarters moving to Colorado, and I see Mr. Brubaker in the back, and I think one of the reasons they did was they were worried about air and other connections. How did that conversation go? And what were there some indications from the company that they were interested in relocating back to Wyoming?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe, and I believe that there are members of the business here that can answer this further. I think they would love to be in Wyoming, but there are challenges, as you stated, such as air service. I think workforce is another challenge, just trying to find the number of people that they need at a headquarters situation. And I think that that was another reason that they moved their headquarters to Loveland.
Thanks. Any other questions? If not, is there anyone here that would like to address the board? I don't know if the mayor is here or if, yep, there you are. Just saw you yesterday.
I feel like my voice projects in general, so hi everyone. I am Candace Machado. I am the mayor of Evansville. I have been the mayor for the last 8 months in Evansville, so I'm a very newly mayor. So I just want to go on record and say that our council and our community and myself are very in support of this project. Evansville is a town of a little over 2,700 people, and majority of our town is industrial, oil and gas. We do not have a lot of retail options in our town, so it's very important that we continue to assist in building businesses up, bringing employment to our town, because that's solely what our town is based on. We are fully in support of the project. We are fully in support of Mesa. Myself and our town engineer have went out and we have been involved with all of the site details, and we have been fully involved with all of the discussions leading forward into this project. And so I can 100% say that I feel like this is a good path moving forward for the town of Evansville, and I feel like this is only going to assist us in helping to develop and bringing more businesses into our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's good to see you. Are there questions for the mayor? Any questions? Thanks for making the trip down here.
Absolutely. A little bit of wind and a little bit of a fall brisk breeze today. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Is there anyone else? Anyone from the company here? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Thank you for being here, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Fred Fitchner. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Mesa Solutions. And I can answer any questions you may have. I wanted to thank the Business Council and the Mayor of Evansville, and a lot of people put a tremendous amount of work into this project. And I can answer any questions you may have. The one that you did ask was, why did we move the headquarters to Loveland, Colorado? Well, primarily it was about being able to hire white-collar people like engineers. So we have a research and development facility there as well. We have a line of engines that we brought in from Korea, required gasification, required a lot of all the programming for the engine controls and things like that to meet EPA standards, so that we could put those engines in our generator sets and sell those engines. So probably 3/4 of the staff we have in our Loveland facility is shop labor and various types of engineers and a detachment of our accounting department. We weren't able to do those kinds of things in Casper. One of the things, I'm a homegrown Wyoming guy. I grew up in Wyoming, born and raised here. We started a company in Evansville. The first 8 years of the company, we were all there with the exception of our outstations. We were primarily oil and gas support company, building gen sets for oil and gas. And we operate in every oil field around the country. We have 18 or so facilities around the country, primarily in oil and gas. But we knew we didn't want to just stay in oil and gas forever. We knew we needed to diversify. Everybody wants to drive cars. Everybody wants electricity. I think we're in a pretty good niche. But our loyalty to the state of Wyoming was same story when I grew up. Everybody grew up, graduated from high school, and go to some other state for opportunity. Well, we have an opportunity to change that significantly. The only thing that there was to do, I grew up in Sheridan, was go to work in the coal mine. That was really the only opportunity if you wanted a good paying job. With Mesa Solutions in Natrona County and Evansville, we have an opportunity now to keep our high school graduates at home and to include a lot of engineers. We have probably 80 engineers there now that do all sorts of different types of engineering activities for us right there in Evansville, which is unheard of. Those kids go to school, go to Laramie, go to CSU, Montana Tech, whatever, and they have a place to come back to where there's significant opportunity to do some amazing things. So, yep, we thank you for your support. We want to build this project in Evansville. It costs a lot more money to do it here than it does in most other states. But our loyalty to the state, to keep our homegrown folks in Wyoming, is why we want to put it here. Answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Mr. Treasurer, then Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, just a question. The 75 million, we're kind of in the business in the Treasurer's Office of private credit and private equity, and I just wondered if you can, where did you structure your capital for the project?
Where we're getting our capital?
Yeah.
We have an ABL that we can use. We have our private equity sponsors are interested in growing our business as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a lot of cash.
Have your private equity people call our people, and you never can tell. It might be one of the folks that we tee up here at the Slib board to go to work with, because we're really trying to do as much as we can to support our carbon industry here in the state of Wyoming. And one of the ways is through either private credit or private equity ventures or co-investments. So those are things that if you've got somebody that's doing what we want to do, we'd like to get to know them.
Our private equity sponsors primarily work in power industry types of things. It's what they do. It's about electricity for them. Them and their investors saw Mesa as an opportunity to grow a business that is, like I said earlier, people want to drive cars and they want to use electricity, so our niche is very good.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you about some of your ideas about how we grow and support our core industries in Wyoming. I mean, I'm not a big fan of this net zero stuff. The latest thing is, you know, they're gonna have the canisters that suck the CO2 out of the atmosphere and just, then they inject it. I mean, it doesn't really produce anything. And so I'm not a big fan of a lot of this carbon sequestration stuff, this net zero stuff. You know, it's really just the federal government just moving money around. And so I wanted to ask you a little bit about supporting our core extraction, carbon, you know, our just similar to what Treasurer Meyer was talking about. What are some of your ideas on how we do that?
How do we deal with carbon, or how do we support our carbon extraction industry? Our gen sets sit mostly on locations in most oil fields and run all the computer systems and all the lifting assets on those locations. And they run it with the gas coming out of the ground. So it's already there. And when we started this company, our sales pitch was primarily about, you don't need a diesel generator. And then you don't need all the trucks hauling diesel to fill the tanks for the generator that was running the lift operation. We run right there on the well gas. That saves a tremendous amount of unnecessary carbon exposure, if you will. Super efficient. Our conversation with operators in those days was entirely about, yes, we can run on the well gas. Let me show you. And we do. We do it in every basin. Today, it's not a big deal. There's probably hardly any diesel gen sets out there today. So in the process of appealing to the general populace's concern about carbon's a problem, we are cleaner than diesel, because we think it's responsible. But it also is less costly. The operator has to spend less money using our gen set, sitting right there running on well gas, than they would running a diesel gen set. It just makes all the sense in the world to use what's already there and not haul things to it. So yeah, they want to use us. We're probably the biggest natural gas generator supplier in all the oil and gas service industries out there. There are others. There's others in Wyoming, and that's okay. We don't tend to own all of it. But in the process of helping our country do things that are responsible, natural gas is clean, it's plentiful, it's inexpensive, it's pretty much everywhere. So I probably didn't answer your entire question, did I? It's broad. It is broad. And I don't disagree with you on the carbon cycle. I remember when we were in high school, if you remember your science class, the carbon cycle and how important photosynthesis is and transferring carbon into wood and plants and produce and things like that. I think people have forgotten about the fact that we do need carbon in the air for the plants. Thanks.
Mr. Fitchner, I want to thank you also, and I'd like to engage you. We have a group that has nothing to do with government. It's just a group of people that are talking about the things we can do to grow and expand the industry, both in the C-suite, the white collar, blue collar, make sure that we have sort of addressed all those issues. Specifically with Mesa, I used to work for Apache Corporation, and we were a big consumer of your wonderful gen sets. And to your point, one of the reasons Apache did as well as they did is they took over the North Sea assets from BP. They were using diesel gen and went to natural gas, not only cheaper, but cleaner, and they got all kinds of wonderful credits that helped them grow their footprint. Just thank you also for your commitment to veterans. I think that's still one of your main monikers. You know, you said we wanted to be an all-veteran company, and so thank you very, very much for that.
Thank you for saying so. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys this morning.
Further questions? There are none. there are no further questions? Anyone else, Mr. Bump, online or here? Madam Mayor, thank you for coming down. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent, sorry, she was first.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to fund the project by the town of Evansville as recommended.
It's been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Ms. Reed, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Durrell.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for the consideration and also for the discussions today. I think it's really healthy for us to have those and to continue to push for these kinds of projects. I think that again, it's the prompting by a board like this and others around the state that have kind of risen the quality of our projects, and we're going to continue to do so. So thank you very much for your consideration and for pushing these along, and we're looking forward to a more resilient Wyoming as a result. So thank you.
Thank you. Interim Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, you would resolve into the Board of Land Commissioners. And Mr. Chairman, while you're doing that, I wanted to first just recognize Director Scoggin. This is the first meeting without her. She was wonderful for her service to OSLI, to the beneficiaries, and to the state of Wyoming. She was a great mentor to me and a great leader to the office, and just wanted to thank her for that. And as the staff comes up, I also wanted to thank them for providing this agenda for you and the Slib agenda for you, for their commitment and dedication to making that happen through this transition. There are a few in the room here today providing that to you, but there are a lot more upstairs continuing to do the board's work. And there's a lot across the state continuing to do that as well as putting themselves in harm's way, battling the state's wildfires as we go through this crazy wildfire season. So from me, I just wanted to say thank you to them and appreciate the time to be able to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, the first item on the agenda for consideration is the board's August 1st, 2024 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review those minutes. Are there changes, discussion items, or clarifications? If not, I'd entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the August 1st, 2024 meeting minutes of the Board of Land Commissioners.
Second.
There's a second by the superintendent, motion made by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? I'll note for the record that the treasurer is absent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we have provided you with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this time, but we'd stand for any questions.
Are there any questions? Any questions? If there are none, please proceed. We're on the reports behind tab.
So we haven't prepared the consent list yet?
No.
Mr. Chairman, we have also provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would like.
So we are on the consent list, and how would you propose?
Mr. Chairman, I would propose for the consent list E1 through E4, E6 through E16, E19, F1 and F2, G1 through G6, H1 and H2.
Members of the board, you've heard a proposed consent list. If that meets with your approval, I would entertain a motion. If there are adjustments to be made, that can be made too.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove G1 and G2, please.
G1 and G2, okay? So with that, we have E1 through E4, E6 through E16, E19, F1 and F2, G3 through G6, and H1 and 2. That would be a proposed consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that proposed consent list.
Thank you, Madam Honor. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? We have a consent list. I would now entertain a motion for the director's rec on the items on the consent list.
So moved, Mr.
Been
Chairman.
moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, could you read off the consent list one more time?
It's E1 through E4, E6 through E16, E19, F1 and F2, G3 through G6, H1 and H2. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Again, I note for the record that the treasurer is absent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first matter for your consideration within the regular agenda is C1. C1 is to consider 3 trust land preservation and enhancement account projects for timber stand improvement. We are recommending, subject to available funding, that the Board of Land Commissioners grant approval to expend $129,922 from the Trust Land Preservation and Enhancement Account for the forest value enhancement projects as described within the board matter. Here to describe in further detail these projects is State Forester Kelly Norris.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. That is correct. So these 3 projects are timber stand improvement projects. One is located in Campbell County. It did not burn over in the Silver Spoon fire, so it is still there for work to be done. And then the other 2 are in, as you can see, in Weston County in Ponderosa Pine Stands. Wyoming State Forestry receives federal grant funding through the Western Bark Beetle Funds. And so what we are doing is it's a cost share 50-50%. We use trust preservation enhancement funds to leverage that funding. So as you can see in the budget, you'll see the total cost out of TP&E will typically be about 50% of what the actual cost of the projects we're expecting to be. And we utilize the Western Bark Beetle funds to fund the other half. And with that, I'll leave it open to any questions about the projects.
Questions,
Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is this just C1 or we're doing C2 at the same time as well?
Mr. Chairman, just C1.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Any questions? All right. If there are no further questions or discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation to expend $129,922 from the Trust Land Preservation and Enhancement Account for the Forest Value Enhancement Project.
Second.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, C2 is to consider another trust land preservation and enhancement account project for post-fire evaluation and rehabilitation. As far as background, on October 4th, 2012, the Board of Land Commissioners approved a TP&E account project for post-fire evaluation and emergency rehabilitation. Within the project, the board approved $901,395 to address critical and immediate needs of controlling erosion and preventing the proliferation of invasive species on state trust land. The board also added that fencing may qualify as an immediate need if the fencing was in support of the erosion and weed control efforts. Additionally, the board authorized the director and the Wyoming State Forester to approve projects for funding as opposed to bringing each individual project back to the board for consideration. It's important to note that TP&E account funds can only be used to preserve and enhance state trust lands and cannot be expended on projects on private or federal lands. Much of the work related to this funding occurred after the extreme fire season of 2012, as much of the erosion and noxious weed impacts were not fully realized for years following the event. To date, $295,865.75 have been expended under the board's authorization, leaving $605,529.25 still available. The original authorization tied the approved funds to the impacts experienced from the 2012 fire season and limited their use to erosion and noxious weed control, as I stated. While erosion and noxious weed control are the largest impacts to the value of state trust lands post-fire, OSLI has recognized that additional rehabilitation efforts such as native grass and tree planting, livestock water and fence reestablishment, and wildlife habitat rehabilitation not only preserve the value, but also serve to serve and enhance the value of state trust land. Therefore, we're recommending that the board do two things. One, reauthorize the remaining $605,529.25 from the TP&E account to be dedicated to post-fire evaluation and rehabilitation on state trust lands for fires that occurred during the 2012 fire season, as well as fires that have occurred since and that may occur until the authorized funding is exhausted. Two, expand its authorization to projects that not only include erosion and noxious weed control, but also native grass and tree planting, livestock water and fence reestablishment, and wildlife habitat rehabilitation. And three, authorize the director and the Wyoming State Forester to approve projects for funding as opposed to bringing each individual project back to the board for consideration. Mr. Chairman, that is the project in whole, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Interim Director. Are there any questions? Any questions? I would note that this is interesting to me because on October 4th of 2012 is when I learned that Treasurer Meyer had passed, and we had just come out of the Cato fire on adjacent property. I believe that we are going to have need for these kinds of accounts for the coming year, and so I would hope, and maybe Interim Director or Forester, at a future meeting at some point, we can kind of talk about how we can leverage these against, I know we'll be looking for Wildlife Natural Resource Trust funds, other funds that we can put in this and really think about what we can do for state lands. So, very good. If there is no further discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the board accept the director's recommendation. I will not read all three of those again, as Mr. Crowder has, but provided the director's recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved by the superintendent and seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. If there are no nays, there are no nays. All right, thanks. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll turn the floor over now to State Forester Kelly Norris for the Forestry and Fire Report.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I am going to kick off with a wildfire update. So since August 1st, the update, Wyoming has been experiencing extremely difficult fire season. We expect to continue to have an active fire season throughout this month with little relief predicted in the weather. Our aviation assets have had a record year and we have extended their contracts. The single engine air tankers have been extended in an entire month, so to October 12th. Our helicopter has been extended until October 12th as well. Wyoming State Helitack has flown 71 missions and has had 235 flight hours. Our contracted single-engine air tankers have flown to support over 60 wildfires. The Wyoming Smoke Busters have responded to 26 wildfires in 9 different counties. As the board is aware, all of our staff outside of the Helitack seasonals and Smoke Buster crew supervisors have other duties than wildfire suppression. Over the last 4 months, 75% of our entire permanent staff have put their programs and work on hold for a certain period of time to support the emergency wildfire efforts. I cannot praise our state forestry staff enough for their dedication to Wyoming and her communities. Wyoming's county fire districts and departments have been responding tirelessly to wildfire calls morning, noon, and night, and have had an immense difference. I'm really grateful to Wyoming BLM and our U.S. Forest Service. They've been helping coordinate and provide necessary aviation and crew resources across Wyoming. Wyoming has had over 680 wildfires burning over 710,000 acres so far this summer. And just to put that into perspective, the magnitude of the last 2 months, the numbers are reported at the August board meeting was 398 wildfires for 76,200 acres. And we've gone up to 710,000 acres. Up until the elk fire and pack fires that blew up this past weekend, about 90% of those lands that have burned were on state and private lands. I do expect this percentage to slowly come down as the elk fire will continue to burn on that national forest lands for quite some time. As of this morning, I have approved 23 emergency fire suppression account fires across 13 different counties. 4 of these fires have been approved Federal Management Assistance Grants, or FMAGs. I believe we have exhausted our emergency fire suppression account. Since my last presentation at the beginning of August, our private and state lands have had some very devastating wildfires. There's going to be much work ahead coordinating efforts in many years to come to recover the lands, the ranches, and the people who have all been impacted by the wildfires. Hence our need to come forward with the C2. So moving on to state trust lands and timber sales and G&A update. I have provided you a 2024 fiscal year report. I'm going to briefly summarize. In fiscal year 2024, state forestry sold 3.5 million board feet of timber on 918 acres of state trust lands, generating a revenue value just over $97,000. State forestry also contracted 1,287 acres of thinning projects on state trust lands. Also in fiscal year 2024, state forestry sold and contracted 6.3 million board feet of federal timber on 1,631 acres across 4 national forests and on some Wyoming BLM lands. Approximately 2,795 acres of service contract work was completed, and that was fuels mitigation, aspen enhancement. We also completed NEPA surveys and thinning projects. 2 of our timber sales that we had offered on the Medicine Bow Route National Forest did go no bid after multiple offers and adjustments and offerings were made. Hence, we wish our 6.3 million was much higher, but it isn't. State Forestry currently has 22 active state trust land timber sales and 15 G&A timber sales that are being administered on more than 7,700 acres. We're also administering an additional 21 service contracts throughout the state that cover 3,300 acres on state, private, and federal lands. These service contracts are, again, thinning, fuels, NEPA, and aspen enhancement projects. In your handout, there's also a mid-season forest health report that was created by our Forest Health Program Manager, who completed aerial surveys in coordination with the U.S. Forest Service across Wyoming's forests. Overall, observing similar levels of western spruce budworm in the southern bighorns and Shoshone, and there have been pockets of mountain pine beetle identified in ponderosa pine on the eastern facing slopes of the bighorns as well in the Black Hills, and they will be closely monitored. Lastly, I wanted to give the board a national forest policy update. The National Old Growth Plan Amendment public comment period ended September 20th. Wyoming had a loud voice and input through this public comment period by providing substantial input from Wyoming's conservation districts, the Wyoming County Commissioners Association, and through the governor's comments. Currently, our cooperating agency comments are being reviewed, and we will be meeting with the National Forest Service leadership to discuss proposed solutions to our concerns that this national amendment will have to our national forest plans. It appears that the USDA and Forest Service are continuing to commit to their tight decision timeline on this, but we do know that there is going to be changes as there is going to be an administration change coming into November. So from that, I will end my presentation here and open it up to any questions the board may have.
Questions? Mr. Treasurer and then Mr. Secretary.
So if we had, I guess, unrestricted timber sales from the federal government standpoint and you had the management of them, how much more timber do you think Wyoming would be able to harvest? And I'll put the environmental stint on this, is that harvest and actually sequester the carbon dioxide from those timber sales and replenish it with renewable reforestation.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is a loaded question. So I do believe we would be doing more. We would see an increase in the amount of work being done on the ground. The beauty of state contracts is they're flexible and they can be adaptive to what needs to happen. And I know our industry appreciates our contracts and they look forward to working with our state agencies and our staff because of the contracting systems we have in place. And so that's a huge bonus. We also typically receive a higher value on the timber return of the timber that comes off of state trust lands because of the flexibility in the contracting systems.
I guess a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. And this is a real loaded question. You don't have to answer. If you had the budget of the Federal Forestry Division in the State Forestry Division, do you think that we'd have a lot more timber sales in the flexibility that you have in your state program?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes, I would think we would see a significant increase in the amount of work and the amount of timber sales that would be available and work that is important, critical work that is being done, that needs to be done in our forests rather than watching them burn up right now.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Norris, could you give a little bit of a further update on the elk and the pack trail fires?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I can do that for you. So I will start with the elk fire. As of right now, it's 0% containment, 49,500 acres growing. Most of the growth that occurred yesterday occurred in the southern end. It did cross a portion of Highway 14 yesterday. It has made it to Steamboat Point. That's on state trust lands. So it is coming across right now in the southern part across our state trust lands. It has burned to the north, but they're holding it well on the east side of the fire. Dayton did go under a ready evac notice, but there has been no changes in the evacuation status, and Highway 14 is going to continue to stay closed. The National Forest there had 2 new starts yesterday because of campfires, and so the forest has now implemented stage 2 restrictions on the forest where there will not be allowed to have any campfires, any grilling, any sort of thing that can have any ignitions, because when we have those type of starts, all resources have to move around. With that, the Rocky Mountain Complex Incident Management Team 3 did take over and were caught, I think, a little off guard by the weather, and the fire really ran into the night, not last night, but the night before. They were catching their breath a little bit throughout yesterday, but I think we didn't have a single structure lost. Things are going well with that, but it is a very weather-driven fire. It is huge. It's one of the largest wildfires I think the Bighorns has had. And it's going to take a weather change for them to get a handle of it. In regards to the Pack Trail fire, that it started on the Bridger-Teton National Forest. It started in Teton County. It was being overseen by a Type 3 team out of Nevada, and weather changed. And it ran in one day over 20,000 acres, headed directly into Fremont County and directly to the highway and private lands. Evacuations were put into place immediately. There weren't resources, and the weather was really pushing it quickly. It has not made it to private lands. The evacuation notices are in place. They have been able to hold it up. It ran into the Lava Mountain Old Burn Scar, and it has not been really moving on that end yesterday in the red flag warnings. It did have quite a bit of activity in the southern end of it yesterday. So they are going to watch that because they would hate for it to come out of the south and head towards Union Pass that direction. So there is quite a bit of concern out of Fremont County. Obviously, Union Pass is a huge area, 300 to 400 homes right there. They're watching it very closely and now coordinating with both two regions, Bridger-Teton National Forest and Shoshone National Forest out of Region 2. So we'll be working with them as we watch this fire. Hopefully, again, weather needs to change quite a bit on both of these.
Further questions, comments? Forester Norris, I just want to compliment you and your team on all that they're doing. And it's not going to be over. I mean, we know that there are fires, the two campfires yesterday, you know, there's been fire starts in a lot of places, and I think we would urge everyone to be extra cautious. I think two things probably we should bear in mind going forward, and I'd love you to sort of opine a bit on them. One is, well, three. One is that a lot of the seasonals are coming off now, so workforce will decline. The second is that our ability to negotiate with the federal government for payment of the fires, not on public lands, is also a challenge. I think some states are already going through that. And that may be a long-term issue. And then finally, it is my understanding that the Forest Service does not feel they have the budget to bring seasonals on next year. So could you just opine a bit on that? And lastly, I would also talk about, you know, this is Dayton and Ranchester's watershed.
Yep.
And the fire is not far from Sheridan's.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. There are quite a few challenges ahead of us when it comes to the fire suppression in the next couple of months and into even next year. When it comes to the National Forest Service, we've had quite a fire season across the West, and they also are having budget deficits. The Forest Service has released all seasonal employees as of October 1st. There was a big shortage of hotshot and hand crews. They just couldn't keep going without enough people. So luckily enough, California and some of our other states aren't completely on fire, so we have been able to pull in the hotshot crews and the hand crews that are available into Wyoming to be on these fires, but it is going to be a challenge. There is going to continue to be a challenge going into next year as both Region 4 and Region 2 are not planning on hiring seasonals. We believe they're going to hire fire seasonals, but beyond that, I don't know if we're going to see a trail crew, a timber crew, anything like that into the future on our forests as they go into budget cuts. And with that, negotiations is, because of that, I would say, negotiations on these fires have become more intense. And there are states that are in standstills with some of their national forests and some of their cost share agreements. We have not hit that road yet, partially because a lot of our wildfires have not been on national forest lands up until the last couple weeks. So we will see what that road faces with us as we go into those discussions. But it is on the top of our minds what this is going to look like in the picture into next year for our national forests and their staff.
Thank you, Forrester. And I knew I would get the president's attention. I did also want to compliment State Forestry on its work on the Black Hills. So, Mr. President, if you'd like to address the board.
Mr. Chairman, board, appreciate the ability. I'm not a part of your board, but I think we're at a critical crossroads. First, unbelievable thank you to State Forestry. You know, I think it's incredible to look at a historic fire season and look at the absolute devastation we've had, but the absolute ability to come out of it in a recoverable fashion. And that leads to why I wanted to step up here is our suppression account. Obviously, a big part of these fires are on private and state. And from where I stand on the legislative end, it's our end to refill that account. And I'd like to kind of know your thoughts on where we're at on it, where we're at on refilling it, what we're going to need, because we're going to come into a session now we're all very budget conscious. But I, for one, as a private landowner, we depend on the state of Wyoming to protect not only Wyoming lands, but its people. And it's critical that we have enough money going into that account, particularly if the Forest Service is short. So thoughts on what you'd kind of like to see in there. And then also some general thoughts on forest management. I just came back from a conference of state legislators, and the governor of Alaska addressed us. And his opening comments were really interesting. He said, Alaska has more forested acres than any state in the nation. Rhode Island's cutting more timber right now than the state of Alaska or Wyoming. And how are we going to, as a state, address our forest health issues with the federal government if they refuse to manage their forests? And once again, it's a little bit like Treasurer Myers' question is, I realize it's open-ended and it's not very fair, but as a person that lives at the mercy of a forest that's a national forest next to me, how are we going to help, and how can we help you help make sure those forests are managed? I'm one of the ones who believe it plays a key role in fire management. They're trying to move my forest so that it looks like the rest of the nation, that we're going to be disease-ridden and black rather than managed in green. And the Black Hills is still a green forest. I'm looking down at Director Krauser, and I'm proud as hell we've got a green forest, and it's because we've had a healthy timber industry and a healthy end of it. And I can hope I'm not getting in a lot of trouble. We're going to lose our mills in the Black Hills. And when we know once they're gone, they don't come back. And so for me, first, the fire suppression, because I think that's upfront. And I guess one little add on to that. Should we be looking at adding another helicopter and maybe adding some crews? Could we potentially be responding to other states and helping them and helping ourselves at the same time? So with that, I'll retire and listen to your thoughts, because I, for one, can tell you I'd be proud to help Wyoming bulk itself up for a fire season that we know it's not going to get better next year. Looking at this fall on my ranch, the only reason my place isn't probably black now is we've grazed it in the ground, we're out of water and we're out of feed. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Driscoll. Those are great questions. I'll start with fire suppression. I am not sure yet what the elk fire is going to cost in the cost share, but at that place and point and moment, I do believe we have exhausted all EFSA funds, and we will be going into other funds that will become available for fire to pay for commitments that we are committing to through our cost share agreements. It's just an unknown of what fire and what time and if and when that will happen. Beyond that, we will need to refill the EFSA if we are going to go into another fire season, even close to what we have experienced this year. We won't be able to commit to any funds in cost shares and pay if we don't have it refilled. That is the one account for the entire state. Typically, we have averaged about $7 million a year in costs out of the emergency fire suppression account. The request I had put in for supplemental was the bare minimum that I thought we could manage going into one more year, and that was 20 million. To give you an idea, what we started with this year was 39 million. So that's how much has been already committed to the 23 EFSA fires through the cost shares. So that is just a background of what we're looking at, and that's our bare bone request, a minimum to go into the session. Beyond that, I think when you're looking at fire suppression needs, I'll be really clear and pretty frank, we got caught this summer Our county firefighters are amazing. I can't thank them enough, but they can't go more than 30 hours straight on a fire. And these fires went weeks. And we don't have staff. We don't have the resources. It was left to a lot of landowners to try and save their places. And I think that was really difficult for many ranchers and many people, both our volunteer firefighters as well as our staff and as well as all of our federal partners showing up trying to save homes. So I do believe we need to start looking at some flexibility, some management of fire instead of being so reactive, being a little bit more proactive, looking at having the ability to bring in a strike team of engines, a couple hand crews, more aviation, so that when we know there's critical time periods, if we had more resources, yes, it's a little bit of an investment in the front end, but it would have saved us millions on the back end. So I do think that those conversations probably need to be had, and we need to start thinking a lot more about what fire seasons are going to continue to look like into the future. I think it's become very apparent that to depend on our county resources for weeks on end is very difficult when they're volunteers. And that's what a lot of these fires became this year. Outside of that, with timber and workforce, I think we're at a crucial point right now for Good Neighbor Authority. I think there's a lot there where we can come in and we can go work on our federal force and help get quite a bit of work done. We are in particular, you'll be very pleased, looking at probably putting our GNA Forester into a more of a permanent status in the Black Hills. That is the one forest we do have enough income to permanently, probably with federal funds, put that position in. So that's our step one. Also through Good Neighbor Authority, we are getting into the system. We are demanding our federal partners to give us 5-year management plans. That is holding a lot more accountability on them that they've ever had. So Good Neighbor Authority has really been helping us push them and say, we need to know where you're going this year, but also 5 years from now. I think that is going to help move the needle. It is a hard needle to move, but we're going to continue to push back and push hard, and our staff are very dedicated into that. And we're going to continue to grow in GNA. The Green Union project just got signed off on the Shoshone National Forest. We'll be hiring a Good Neighbor Authority forester on the Shoshone. I do believe we're going to start to have this slow growth. But like I said, it is going to be a really long, hard push. Outside of that, I do think the state ourselves we need to take a real hard view of how much fuels we have on our state and private lands. And it's time for us, and we've really worked at this, is looking at our fuels program. We have brought in millions of dollars through different fuels grants. We have 6 counties right now redoing their community wildfire protection plans. 1 county, Campbell County, for the first time ever. And so we are starting to work with our counties on not only just looking at what's going around on our federal lands, but also starting to look at what's going on our own private lands in our communities. We were taken aback. This is the most evacuations our state has probably ever had to deal with in one time. There's a lot of lessons learned that we're going to have to work through with the fire community and the emergency management communities. And now is a great time for us to start investing in those type of items as well. And I think that's where we can be a real key leader in that. And we have been looking at other fuels work and funding that can come with that to help us. You're welcome.
Kelly, thank you very much for that. And I will continue to work on it, and hopefully things will go. Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to commend you also, Director Norris, and also commit to you that I want to be an asset in working with you in your communication with the legislature on the need for us to address every one of the issues you brought up. And on the emergency fire suppression account, I mean, I was always, when we did some reforms of the Ag Committee in 2017, 2018, and did some rainy day fund draws and sort of set that up. I mean, That was very important work, and I just want to continue to work with you and communicating to the legislature the importance of us doing this. And I'm very confident we're going to get a good conclusion here in our 2025 general session on these very necessary needs. Thank you.
Anyone else? Kelly, and the last thing I would say, two things, sorry. One, we really can't refer to a fire season. I think our first fire this year started on December 31st of last year, if memory serves. And so it's an all year thing. But the second thing, and I'm trying to find it right now, I think it is uwyo.edu barn backyard /resources/wildfire. And I want to commend your office and others for putting to, and the university as well, for putting together kind of a landing page for resources, not only educational, but grants. Our grant office is working on it, and I just want to thank you for putting that together. Thanks. All right.
Thank you,
Interim
Mr.
Director.
The next matter for your consideration is Board Matter D1. This is a board matter to consider final adoption of regular rules for Chapter 4, Grazing and Agricultural Leasing, and Chapter 28, Weed and Pest Control Program. As you're aware, during the 2022 budget session, the 66th Legislature of the State of Wyoming passed House Enrolled Act number 39, which was the Weed and Pest Reorganization. And then later, during the 2024 budget session, they passed House Enrolled Act number 11, State Land Lease Amendments, and House Enrolled Act number 12, the grace period for state land lease renewals. These acts had many impacts to the Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations for the two chapters that I just mentioned, and we'll have Cody Booth go through that for you. It's important to note, this is the final adoption request, so OSLI has advertised for public comment the proposed rules for a period of 45 days, ending on August 13th, 2024, and during this period, we received one comment. Those comments are attached to the board matter, and Mr. Booth will go through those in greater detail as well. The director is recommending that the board adopt the attached proposed rules for Chapter 4 as amended for grazing and agricultural leasing, and Chapter 28, the Weed and Pest Control Program. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Booth for further detail.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, legislation from 2022 transferred the management and administration of the weed and pest control functions on state lands from OSLI to the Department of Agriculture. The Department of Agriculture intends to promulgate their own rules and regulations to manage this program now, and so it's necessary to repeal Chapter 28. Legislation from 2024 provides that renewal applications and rental payments will be considered to be filed on the postmark date. An additional 30 days has also been granted to renewing grazing and agriculture lessees to submit their renewal applications in the event they show good cause and provide a written request. As Interim Director Crowder alluded to, we did open public comment for 45 days. We did receive one comment, and that was from Wyoming stock growers, and they initially provided support for all the recommended changes. They also had one suggestion to incorporate language to manage electronic payment filing specifications. And in response, we think that's a really good idea. And we added the language, or on the date is fixed to any electronic payment sent by a lessee or applicant. So this language is added to both Section 7 and Section 8 of Chapter 4. So we recommend that the board adopt the rules and regulations with the updated filing specification language, and happy to stand for questions.
Questions? Discussion?
Are we on the ag leases now, or we're on the other one?
Mr. Chairman, do you want?
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at, I think it's Section 5, that one that needs, and it's 4, for good cause shown in written request of the current lease, director shall grant a current leasee 30 additional days. Are we on that section now? Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, I got an amendment. I don't know whether it's within the intent of the statute, but I'd like to discuss it. This goes into the situation that we had where you had a sublease on a property, and the leasee had to, after the, I think it was after the another conflicted potential leasee made a bid, then they only had 30 days to cure anything, and that 30-day cure period was before the expiration of the regular lease. And we had one of those. And I think there's some language that would work to make that apply to that circumstance as well as the circumstance at the end of the lease. And if you would, after the 30 additional days passed, insert all, strike the expiration turn date to dates of their existing lease, to submit an application to renew the lease, provided that the written and everything else would remain the same. Office of 30 days of the expiration. I think we may have to put an S, or within 30 days of the expiration dates, because you have different dates where the lease will expire because of this situation in a contested lease that where there's a sublease that hasn't been cured, and you have that different time period, different expiration date. You get the normal expiration date, and then you have these, I guess, kind of expiration dates that are event-driven or circumstance-driven. And I guess it's our question whether we want to include those or not. I know we had a lot of, I guess, and I don't know whether this legal question has been answered yet, in one circumstance. I don't think there's any ongoing legal areas. That's what I was informed when we had our I guess, visit with the OSLI, but that's something that I think we could make that all dates, all expiration dates, and it would make it clear that it was to all expiration dates rather than just the normal expiration date, the anniversary date.
Interim Director, I don't know if you have any response to that. Oh, I guess probably what I ought to do is, if you're suggesting that as amendment,
Yeah.
then I'll see if there's support. Is there support for the?
Mr. Chairman, we need to be really clear. I'm very open to changes, but I'm not exactly sure where we are. So can you sort of?
Yeah, it's there's no pages on these, so it's a little hard to tell you, but I can say it's in section 6, or actually this is section 5, and it's chapter 4. It's on the second page, and it's about 2/3 of the way down. It's the new underlined language in the new 4, the new IV.
Are you in chapter 28 or chapter 4?
Chapter 4.
Chapter 4.
You want to point it out?
So there's more than one expiration date, or there can be, if certain events transpire. And if those events transpire, just want to know whether or not we want to adjust all expiration dates or just the anniversary expiration date.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, mine's not underlined, so that was part of my confusion. So what do you want to add? I think I've located where we're at now.
Yeah, the language reads for good cause, and then I'll skip down to grant a current leasee 30 additional days past. And after the word past, I would insert all and strike the word the. So it would read an additional 30 days past all expiration and make dates, plural, dates of their existing lease to submit an application to renew the lease, provided a written request is filed in the office within 30 days of the expiration dates of the lease.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suppose my question is really, are there other instances of expiration other than the cure that you're talking about? Because I think where I struggle with this is not maybe in those, but I still firmly believe that that issue we have with curing and with subleasing is something we need to change in statute. And so I don't know if this gets us there, I guess, in my opinion. And so I don't know if there's other, and maybe that's a question for you, Mr. Crowder, too. Are there other expiration dates involved in the process other than the lease itself?
Mr. Chairman, if it's appropriate, I'm happy to provide some
Interim
information.
Director, yes.
It's important to know that these rules and the statutes guiding these rules have gone through changes over the past several years, guided by the legislature. The first thing that they changed was to insert what they called a cure process. We had very strict deadlines inside of the old process, and what they allowed to happen is if some of the criteria required for those deadlines were not met, there was an extension of time or a cure period where a lessee, an applicant, could cure any deficiency they had to make sure that their application was correct and we could entertain it as a full and complete application. It didn't change any of the expiration dates. And to be clear, there's only one expiration date. It's when the lease expires, and that's it. There are several deadlines.
I'll push back on that a little bit. I think that's a wrong fact check.
Okay, appreciate that. But so the legislature put in the cure process to allow applicants to cure any deficiencies that they had, as you're talking about. What this rule does, and what the most recent action by the legislature did, was insert another grace period, they called it, which extended the ability past the expiration date for an existing lessee who may not have met that expiration date to continue to be in the process, submit their renewal application if they can provide good cause shown.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd say where in rules can you point out to me where it's specific in our rules that allows for that cure period in the situation where you have another lease applicant come in, and then there's that period that after that lease applicant comes in, that they have 30 days to submit their lease, whether they've got the cure or not. They have to submit their bid within that 30-day, and that's an expiration date. And the expiration date would not be there in that time period. It would be at the end of the anniversary date normally. But if you have somebody that contests it, then you've got 30 days as a leasee to submit your lease. And that date could be prior to the anniversary date. In that case, you would have two expiration dates. So where in our rules do you have that? I guess, so we can look at it and I can say, yeah, you're right, it's in our rules. Might be in statute, but it's in our rules. Is it in our rules?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Treasurer, I think I'm going to point you right above the changes we're making here. So it's going to be in Section 5, subsection D for filing periods, and then subsection 3. And what that process gives us is an ability to notify the existing lessee that that they have a deficient application and that they need to do something to correct it. or that they didn't submit one at all. And so inside that period, it's not 30 days, it's 40 days. Inside that period, they could desire not to submit one. There would be no harm, no foul, and they could clean up whatever infraction that they had.
If there wasn't competing lease.
And actually, Mr. Treasurer, let's let the interim director finish, and then you can respond.
Right. So it may not be able to correct a sublease, as you talk about, or any other infraction that needs approved by the board if timing doesn't match up and if they don't submit what they need to submit on time. But this is what gives the cure process to clean up anything that might be missing in that application, or if they don't have the application. Inside that application, it does specifically ask, are you subleasing? Yes or no? And they could have answered wrong there and they may need to correct it, but this is where they would correct it inside of this time period.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Let me just finish and then I'll let you go.
And I want to do just a quick read. And while I'm doing this, Mr. Chairman, it might be appropriate to bring up Mr. Peters to see what the ability for the board to amend the rules of this way would have on this final adoption.
Sure. But look, go ahead and respond, then I'll let the treasurer respond. And then I see the auditor has.
Mr. Chairman, inside of the conflicting lease applications, we have a period of time to identify that existing lessee. It's in subsection 6 of the same subsection D filing periods. And inside of that, they have 20 days to correct any deficiencies inside that application, including if they're subleasing or not. What it doesn't do, and I think this is to your point, allow them to get a sublease approved while the process is ongoing. And one of the reasons I think it doesn't do that, and when we worked with the legislature, we talked at length about this, is that the whole process starts 120 days before expiration of the lease. And as we go through this very regimented process, we get very quickly, very close to the actual expiration of the lease. And we want to make sure all of the process is done before we get there. So in order for them to meet a board meeting to get approval, that wasn't contemplated because we needed to get through this actual notification and response period by a conflictor or the existing lessee, I hope that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
You know, and I think the problem is, and if I recall, is that the director may approve the sublease. And the problem is that the director decided not to approve the sublease, and then that the cure wasn't available within that time period, and then that moved the preference away from the original leaseholder because the board couldn't meet, before that time period expired. And therein lies the problem. I wanted to essentially try to make sure that there was extra time in that 30 days in that time period. And I think that had we had the extra 30 days, the board would have been able to meet in that one circumstance. Those are the things, Mr. Chairman, where you have a may that and the board can't meet, then I'm trying to allow for that situation. Whether I allow for it sufficiently here with an extra 30 days, again, it depends on the timing of that, because I think if the person filed the application the day after the lease was there, then the whole 30 days upon that notification, they may gain another 15 days, but they might still be short of the board meeting. And so there's still the problem. I think this helps it, but Mr. Chairman, I don't think it solves it all the way.
I see.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can add just one bit of clarification. So the statute does say that the subleases and assignments can be approved by the director upon ultimate approval by the board, and the board can deny any decision made by the director. So it's not that the director, any past director that I've worked with, has ever denied one of these.
Yes.
It's been the board's determination or indication to those directors that they provide those for a board meeting at the next board meeting and not provide the director with explicit direction to approve those as they come in. And that's just been historic practice. And you're absolutely correct. We do need to address that and look into making sure that the board's direction to the directors sitting in the office is consistent with how the statute reads. Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
not to be argumentative, but if a director doesn't approve one, then they essentially denied it. Because that's what happened in the last one. It was not approved. It wasn't expressly denied, but it was not approved, and it had the effect of it being denied.
Okay, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I think I concur with what the treasurer wants to do, the end result. I'm not confident confident this does anything. And I'm just a little cautious because we know this statute is a myth. And so I'm a little cautious to change this on the fly. I don't know that it would hurt anything, but I don't think it gets at that problem. I think maybe we need to separately take a more formal action to say, here's our expectation for that. Because I know what you're talking about. I don't know that the lessee would, I'm not sure that the statute change that prompted this change necessarily, I'm just not sure that's gonna get at what you wanna fix, which I agree.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think in the circumstances that were before us the last time, it would have given the original leaseholder another 15 days to effect a cure. The cure wasn't available within that 15-day period, and I think that the director, because there was no cure available during that time, really didn't have any choice but to essentially just mum's the word, more or less. But had this been in place in those circumstances, rather than 15 days to do a cure, I think they would have had 30 days to do a cure, and that left another 15 days before the board met. But it would give some relief as far as the time to make a cure, but it doesn't, I think, unless the new lease application happened on day 30, it would have not allowed the board to meet before and make that decision if the director was unwilling to make that decision. So there's two ways. It's just like they're automatically approved upon but may be denied by the board. But that's not the way the statute is. It's may. And if you don't do it, then that is a denial de facto. So I think this helps some. It isn't, as I said before, it's not an answer to all of that problem, but I think it could be an answer to that problem in certain circumstances, at least give the original leaseholder a little bit more time to make the cure. So, either way, I think I explained it that, yeah, it's not perfect, but it helps.
So just for my clarification, I think I understand because I do lease state grounds. The whole process starts 120 days ahead of time. And presumably, you, as a potential lessee who wants to renew, would start working the process. You'd identify what improvements you had. You would identify, circumstances around it. Presumably, you would also say if you were subleasing or not. But if you didn't, if it was overlooked and you basically waited till the 11th hour, which I know some people may do too, what we're trying to do is make accommodations for the people who, when they're confronted with the pieces that are missing in their lease, have every opportunity to cure it. Is that kind of where we're trying to go? And perhaps if they are noticed that they haven't had an arrangement or reported adequately their sublease, as we've had a couple of those, this would give them the time to fix that, even though they knew they'd been arrears, but they could fix it before they renewed it, so they could continue to have their lease. So we could reward behaviors that were probably contrary to the benefit of the state, but it would be good for the landowner or the lessee. Is that where we're headed? Potentially. I'm not saying that's the circumstance, I'm just saying that is a potential circumstance. And I think that was part of the discussion for the legislature was, do we have somebody who just didn't finish their work because they didn't want to report and share the revenue with the state, the opportunity to fix it so they can get the new lease?
I think it gives the current leaseholder, I think, better standing to keep their preference, even in result of something that they omitted in the process. And so I guess it's whether this omission or whether they just omitted filing it altogether. I don't know what is more egregious, whether not doing it at all or omitting that you had a sublease.
Okay.
So, you know, either one, I think, is contrary necessarily to the law as it was. They got the 30-day deal in here for an expiration on the expiration date. It's just that because of different circumstances and events, you end up with different expiration dates because of the process.
Yeah, okay. Well, the motion has been made for the amendment. Is there support for?
I want to say one thing, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I'm going to second this, and it's not because of any, I appreciate what the treasurer's trying to do. I have the same concern the auditor does. I'm not sure it exactly does what the treasurer's intent is, and I think he's acknowledged that. The second thing is, you know, that we're adopting these, and so the revisions are supposed to be in line with the comment. It's fine to make revisions. A lot of times the media tries to twist that whenever it's revisions they don't like. It's fine to make revisions, but they're supposed to be in line with the public comment, and because it's outside of really what the intent was from the start, that at this stage, it probably doesn't make sense to do it. You know, if it was in the promulgation, I think we could have rolled it in as another change in line with the statutory change. So appreciate the intent of this, but I think we can just, and I've always wanted, going back to the first or second meeting I was on the board, for us to convene a subcommittee to start looking at these rules as a board, because as they, you know, maybe, you know, if they're there, they need to follow them. But one thing that Director Scoggin was really being in alignment with the rules, which I think they had gotten very descriptive over time. And maybe they weren't in line with what the practices should have been. And so I do think we need to look through these rules, because that was one of the legacies of Director Scoggin, and that's fine, the rules are there. But are they the correct rules? And so I'm all for us going through these procedures and rules with a fine tooth comb. I think we need to have a subcommittee. I asked for that again, but I don't think I can second this one at this time, although I appreciate what the treasurer's trying to do.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, I'll call again for support for the amendment. Is there support for the amendment? Well, thank you. I think it's good commentary, and I think it's maybe worth reviewing. Maybe you do look at it in terms of a subcommittee. But it might be worth reaching out to
Mr. Chairman,
producers.
I think that it may be well that if it gets to a situation where somebody has that expiration date, which doesn't happen that often, if it shows up, they may indeed order, may look at it and say, well, you didn't explain what expiration date was. You didn't say it was an anniversary expiration date. You just said expiration date. And from that circumstance, they may have an argument that they were slighted in that regard. So I think that that's something that those things that hardly ever happen, there's sometimes a lot more discussion on them than we need some days, but I'll let this one die, of course, for today. But I think that we need to understand that that is an expiration date, whether it says so in the statute or not.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr.
That
Chairman.
amendment has failed. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just add on some of this. I mean, I think that Treasurer, there's still room to grow. I think we're in a good place right now, but it's terms of subleasing. That's really what we're talking about here, right? That's the problem. And actually, interesting enough, last week, Mr. McGagg and I were set to meet on this exact topic before I had a death in the family. And so it's been heavy on my mind too, just because I've struggled with even the ability to even cure a sublease because of the statute. And so I'll be happy to include you in our rescheduled meeting to discuss what that would take.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I too am ready to let this die, almost. What would be just for things like this, what would be the proper action of the board to communicate to the director in the office? We expect these to be approved by the director unless there's a reason not to, and that be the assumption before they come to the board. Because I'm looking at the rules, and I don't think we have it in rule that says they're sort of not going to approve it until a board meeting. It's just been the procedure of the office. So would it be appropriate to have that in rule, or would it be appropriate for the board to just say, hey, director, here's what we expect from now on? I guess, and again, not to address that right now, but what would be the proper, does it need to go in rule, or could that just be a direction, I guess?
So, Madam Auditor, I think we're looking at one circumstance, and arguably there were a lot of issues about that one circumstance. I think the director probably should have some discretion. And I'm thinking about potential subleases that come up, whether they're, particular problems with them or not, whether they, to me, I guess I kind of worry about a prescriptive judgment, but I think it's the intent of this board that if a sublease is properly reported, that they should probably be approved. But my biggest concern with all the work that we've done over the last probably, 5 years of this has been to make the process more complicated and more Byzantine. And that's why I really appreciate the treasurer's comment about having a one deadline. And my issue is now we have such an expansive period of time for cure. It's almost half of a year. And a bunch of that happens before the lease is ever supposed to renew. And at this point, why would I bother paying any attention? So we've almost created the problem that we're then going to try to cure on the backside. And I just would love to have a very simple process.
Yeah,
So,
Mr. Chairman, I think that if the board's going to meet within the time period, of the lease, but when you have these other time periods that bounce up inside the process, I think that's where the problem is. It's almost like that if the I'd almost like it that they're shall going to be approved, that those time periods pop up before the board, but with the review of the board. But if it's going to pop up, after the board has a chance to opine on it, it kind of takes the board out of the decision-making process when you have these I guess, director things that essentially make you have another expiration date. And that's where it would be nice just to have one expiration date, and you don't have these little gotcha time periods within the process. And I don't know if we got any more gotcha time periods or not.
well, and I think, Mr. Treasurer, if I understand you correctly, I think the intent here is that the director would not unreasonably withhold any judgment that would prejudice prior to a board meeting the conference of the preferential right.
That's probably.
And Mr. Chairman,
Madam
just
Superintendent.
one tiny final comment, I think in all of this too, as we continue to discuss it, is just keeping in mind too, and you alluded to it, Governor, of our fiduciary responsibility to maximize revenue. And so thinking about that on top of all of this. So it's a broader topic, I believe. Thank you.
All right.
I would move the adoption of the rules as amended.
Been moved by the treasurer. Is there support for the treasurer?
Second.
Motion. It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'd like to endeavor to answer Auditor Racines' question and my opinions on the answers to those questions. And I actually think we're entering, because soon we will have a new official director. Obviously, right now we have an interim director. We'll have a new official director. I think now is the time for us to visit these sorts of things. It's a good time to do it. And I think in answer to your question, how there would be an understanding with the board is there's two approaches. Either you could have the board write a letter, in which case I think it would mainly be in effect for the sitting of that board, and or you could have the board draft a rule which would be perpetual until the rule was amended. And I think that's the two ways that the board, and I think it would be a motion to do either. You know, obviously the rule process would require promulgation all the way through to adoption, so it would be two motions across probably two meetings, at least 60 days during that public comment period. But I think that's the way that it would go. There would be two potential ways to do it, one more immediate, and I think they could both be done via motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just to,
Madam Superintendent.
thank you. Just to clarify, was that action for Chapter 4 and 28 together? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can add to this conversation just a little bit. What the board has done for the office's benefit in the past is provide a policy through a board matter to say this is how we intend the office to utilize various rules or portions of rules in various circumstances. I think the board could do that here. I think the board can say, and we can provide a board matter at your next meeting to provide a policy for how to approve these at the end of term, subject to full payment made, all things that we can negotiate in the interim before we get to the next meeting, but provide you with a policy board matter voted on by the board and could be amended at that time back to us, and we could use it going forward. That type of action has survived boards. We look back at policies going back many years. So if that's something the board's amenable to, we can provide that for you at the next meeting.
I'd make a motion then that we start that process, whether it's for December or February, but I think we start that process, and that's my motion.
Secretary has made a motion to start the process outlined by the interim director. Is there support for the secretary's motion? Is there support for the secretary's motion?
Do we need a motion?
And is there support for the secretary's motion? I think the intent of the board has been expressed, so I think you can take that on consensus.
We understand it, yeah.
So. Sure. But it's worked well so far. So, all right, I think the intent's expressed. I think you had indicated you could get it prepared. So with that, we'll move to the next matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter for the board's consideration is Board Matter D2. It's another final consideration of regular rules. It's for Chapter 18, leasing of oil and gas. During the 2024 budget session, the legislature passed House Enrolled Act number 34, titled State Land Oil and Gas Leases Operator Requirement. The act requires the director to review the highest bid offered per lease on an oil and gas lease auction to determine if the applicant is a quote-unquote qualified oil and gas lease applicant. I'll ask Cody Booth to go through the details of the change again, but this is the final adoption, so OSLI has advertised these regular rules for public comment for a period of 45 days, ending August 13th, 2024. During that period, we did receive 2 comments that are attached to the board matter and do have some impact on recommended changes, as Mr. Booth will go through. The director recommends that the board adopt the draft rules for Chapter 18, leasing of oil and gas, specific to conforming changes related to the definition of a qualified oil and gas lease applicant and subsequent bidder review process as directed within House and Enrolled Act number 34, or House Bill 141, in 2024, and to allow a more efficient development of oil and gas leases through subsequent commitment of oil and gas leases in unit or cooperative agreements, including the changes described within the recommended changes after the comment period, which were made in response to the public comments received. So with that, I turn it over to Mr. Booth to speak in greater detail about the changes.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as stated, this legislation provides that before issuing a lease, the director shall review the highest bid and determine if that bid is a qualified oil and gas lease bidder. It provides a process for when the high bidder is not a qualified bidder, and it also requires the board to promulgate rules defining who is qualified. In addition to those changes, OSLI recommends another change to those rules, and that's to remove a provision that prohibits an oil and gas lease from being committed to a subsequent unit or cooperative agreement if the lease has been extended beyond its primary term pursuant Wyoming Statute 36.6.101E. In the past few years, there have been several situations where trust beneficiaries would have benefited from a lease being allowed to be entered into a unit or cooperative agreement after their cooperative or unit agreement has ceased to exist. So the reason for this change is to get more leases producing and generate royalty for these leases, account for new technology. We're no longer in just a vertical drilling world. We're also in horizontal drilling, and that's extremely prevalent. And then also to prevent waste. If horizontal drilling is the most efficient method to produce from a formation, we don't want to force a company to do a vertical well. So as stated, we submitted these for public comment. Those were open for 45 days. The first one was from the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, and the other from Property and Environment Research Center, also known as PERC. PAW recommended changes to the definition. Their recommended definition for qualified bidder is as follows: means a person, entity, or agent thereof engaged in any phase of exploration for or production of oil and gas as a primary component of their business activity. The difference from the previous definition from June is the inclusion of an agent thereof and the replacement of in good faith exploration with engaged in any phase of exploration. We agree with these changes, and we think they're inclusive and will work well as a qualified bidder definition within our auction. PERC had a couple of main points described in their comments. The first is that excluding conservation groups could reduce revenue in the oil and gas lease auction. And the second is that OSLI should develop an alternative process to evaluate conservation offers. As you know, an oil and gas lease is specifically developed for oil and gas development. As such, it's not appropriate for conservation in our mind. So additionally, there's already a mechanism where conservation could potentially exist, and that's through our special use leasing program. We host a workshop on September 5th with PERC, with Wyoming Outdoor Council, Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and then also Jackson Hole Land Trust. This meeting was extremely productive. There's still many questions we have to answer before we're to a point to consider a conservation lease, but we continue to work on this effort with them. So based on these comments, OSLI does not recommend any additional changes to Chapter 18. The director recommends that the rules as described in the board matter be adopted, and that reflects the edits to qualified bidder that was suggested by PAW. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Are there questions? Any questions? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I would move the rules on, I think that's Chapter 18, leasing of oil and gas as amended.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Okay.
In 18-1, on the definition of qualified bidder, I would like to add, after engaged in, the words good faith in. So it would read, qualified bidder means a person, entity, or agent thereof engaged in good faith in any phase of exploration for or production of oil and gas as a primary component of their business activity. And that, so again, it would add in after the phrase engaged in, good faith in, 3 words, good faith in. And this was in the original rule and was deleted. And so it was deleted after, you know, in response to one comment. So it's not something outside of the comment. It was actually in the original rule. So just want to make sure I'm consistent with some of my comments from last time. I think this would be fine because it was in the original rule and was addressed in comments. But I think having that good faith concept in there is important, and that, you know, any phase, the addition of any phase of is fine. We incorporate that in, but I think deleting the good faith concept is an error. So that's why I'm bringing the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there support for the Secretary's amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I guess when I looked at it, I thought that if you took the good faith out, that they not just having a good faith effort, you know. So it seemed to me that that was a higher standard for a qualified oil and gas person. I see the superintendent over there maybe have the same opinion, I'm not sure.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't agree, but I think it's important to have that in there. And I think it is weakened a little bit without it.
Okay, thank you. Support for the Secretary's motion? One last time, support for the Secretary's motion. Secretary's motion for amendment fails, for lack of a second. So we're back on the Chapter 18 rules. Is there further discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I definitely going to support this. I mean, obviously, we need to get something on the books. I do think it has been considerably weakened by the lack of the board including the good faith concept there, but going to support it because we got to get something on the books here to address just the environmental vandal concept that we've got to push back on. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to express for the record that I don't believe that what we have here weakens it at all. I served as the chairman of the Government Affairs Committee on Petroleum Association of Wyoming, and that entity is made up of all of our producers in the state, not all of them, but the vast majority. And so really trust the work that's gone into that and believe that this is a really strong change to our rule that we're implementing. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And PAW does great work. This isn't in any way impugning their work. But, you know, it's ultimately the decision of the board. And I think it's very important that we think about this language and in terms of advancing the ball. And so I think that good faith is just really, really important. But we got to get something on the books.
Thank you. I think both arguments are well articulated. Any discussion? If there is none.
Mr. Chairman, did you get a second?
I did.
Got it.
A second.
Thank you.
That's correct. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter for your consideration is Board Matter E5. This is to consider an application for grazing and agricultural lease for a parcel of vacant land. This is for lease 2-5632. It was advertised for lease for a period of 23 days to each adjoining landowner as identified by the records contained with the county assessor's office and to any other individual requesting such notice. Applications by sealed bid were accepted by OSLI for 23 days ending August 2nd, 2024, and only one application was received. This application was from Dick and Bernie Terry, who were the only bidder on the lease. And additionally, Dick and Bernie Terry do meet the minimum qualifications to lease state land. We highlight this application only to note that Dick Terry is the district forester out of our Newcastle office and a staff member of OSLI. We can find no conflict of interest in this application nor any special treatment due to his employment with OSLI. So we are recommending that the board approve this application for grazing and agricultural lease for a 10-year term at the annual rental of $5.97 per AUM. Happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Interim Director. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation on item E5.
Is there support for the auditor's motion? Been seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter for consideration is Board Matter E17. This is to consider a director's request for cancellation of lease in Campbell County. On August 12th, 2024, the director issued the request for cancellation of lease due to failure to pay annual rental when due. Upon issuance of the director's request for cancellation of lease, Coal Creek Cattle LLC did not request a hearing within the allotted 20-day period as provided by the Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations, Chapter 1, Section 8D. Therefore, we are requesting that the grazing and agricultural lease 2-3737 be canceled for failure to pay annual rental when due. Therefore, the director recommends that the board cancel grazing and agricultural lease 2-3737 for non-payment as stated in the director's request for cancellation of lease dated August 12th, 2024. And I'll turn it over to Cody Booth for more explanation on the matter.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just wanted to start out by going through the rule requirements in Chapter 4 when we consider rentals and cancellation for failing to pay. So first, we've got to send an invoice notice 60 days in advance of the due date. Next, when we don't receive payment, we've got to send a certified invoice notice with a 10% late fee and allow 30 days to pay. And then finally, we have to send a cancellation request per Chapter 1. We have to serve this request 30 days before the board makes a decision on this, and then additionally give 20 days to request a hearing. So just going back to this situation in E17, we did send that invoice for this lease 60 days prior to the due date, and that was to Coal Creek Cattle LLC. A second notice was sent to the lessee, which included a 10% late fee. Again, received no response. There were numerous phone and email attempts, which I'll explain a little bit further next, but just wanted to reiterate that we had several attempts in addition to what's required by rule to get a hold of these people and ensure that this lease didn't go vacant. The address in our record matches the address on the business filing through the Secretary of State's office. And finally, as interim director stated, we sent that request for cancellation, but what I'd like to add is that request for cancellation for that lease was returned to sender. And some of the circumstances specific to E17 is that address is a roadway address. And then the annual rental notice and the late fee was delivered to them. We sent that request for cancellation on August 13. That was returned to sender. We could not find any alternative address or contact information for them. We spoke with members from the assessor's office. We tried to grab anything in our file system that would suggest a different address or contact information, and we just came up with nothing for that situation. So for those reasons, we issued that cancellation request, and our recommendation is to cancel that lease. Happy to stand.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Question, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You got to return to sender when the actual notice was received, correct? Am I understanding that right? The original notice.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, so that 60-day invoice that we had sent was not sent certified. So I don't know if that was received or not, but I don't believe we received that return to sender. We got verification from our certification on the late notice. And we had received word that that was delivered. And so what was sent back to us was the request for cancellation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll just put it out there. Does anybody know Coal Creek Cattle? President, do you know him at all? Okay. It's up in your neck of the woods. Well, okay. Did you try to reach out to them, via phone or anything?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we did.
Okay. So what happened there?
I believe, Mr. Secretary, that that phone was disconnected.
Okay.
Further questions? Further questions?
Move Director's Rex, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Treasurer moved it. Any discussion? Thank you, Mr. Booth, for outlining the process you've gone through. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter for your consideration is another cancellation of lease. It's E18 in Crook County. On August 12th, 2024, the director issued the attached request for cancellation of lease due to failure to pay annual rental when due. Upon issuance of the director's request for cancellation of lease, Paul G. Kuntz did not request a hearing within the 20-day period as provided by the Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations, Chapter 1, Section 8D. Therefore, we are requesting that the grazing and agricultural lease 2-5301 be canceled for failure to pay annual rental when due. The director's recommendation is that the board cancel grazing and agricultural lease 2-5301 for the reasons stated in the director's request for cancellation of lease dated August 12th, 2024. And again, I'll turn it over to Cody Booth for more explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as with E17, the same rule requirements apply, and staff followed that same process to meet those requirements. So I'll get into the exact specifications and efforts that staff completed on this one. So the lease held by Paul Kuntz, and the address that we had on file was a P.O. Box address. The annual rental notice and late fee was returned to sender, so we sent it out again, and the second notice was delivered. We tried to reach out via email to Paul's wife to no avail. We contacted the assessor's office and learned that his deeded land was in the process of being transferred to Vance and Clayton Kuntz. We sent a letter to Vance and Clayton Kuntz, and we never received a response back. So again, recommending cancellation of this lease.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Do we know whether this 40 acres is an in-holding in the deeded land, or is it adjacent to?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I don't know that information off the top of my head.
It might be good, Mr. Chairman, I think, to follow up on some of these cancellations or whatever and find out whether we're gonna get a situation where they just trespass on them and graze. Just saying. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions, discussion?
Move Director's Rex, Mr. Chairman.
Director's recommendation has been moved and seconded by the superintendent. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter for your consideration is Board Matter E20. It's to consider an application for special use lease for public access and parking area. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department has applied for a special use lease for an access road and parking area for public river access to the Poposia River on state trust land in Fremont County. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is pursuing the special use lease as a result of a collaborative effort with Ozhalai and Trout Unlimited to develop a project to provide the public a direct river access road and parking area and to direct public traffic away from the grazing and agricultural lessees' agricultural operations. The director's recommendation is that the board, one, approve the described application for special use lease for a term of 25 years with an upfront payment of $65,644.83. Two, approve the restriction of motor vehicle use to the designated public access road and parking area as described by adopting Board Order 2024-2, consistent with the Wyoming Statute 36-2-107B. And three, approve expending funds from the TP&E account for the Preservation and Enhancement Project as described in an amount not to exceed $7,500. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Booth to explain everything within there, including the P&E account project.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as stated, the roadway as it currently exists runs through the middle of a hayfield, and that's to our grazing lessee's lease. And the problems that we've been having is that's not a gravel surfaced road, and people don't often, when conditions are poor, stop from driving on that road. They continue to go across that road, and they damage that road, and they continue to extend beyond that road, trying to reach that river. And so we're finding damages to improvements that the grazing lessee has. We're finding damages to that roadway, and that's where this project came into effect, and why it's a joint project with the Game and Fish and then Trout Unlimited as well. And so what this effectively is doing is it's going to restrict public access to that road where we're having problems. And it's quite a long road to that river, and it, like I said, doesn't go all the way to the river. And it's going to move that access point to a little closer to that river, so it's not going to be as long a road, and that road and parking area is going to be maintained by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. So we really feel this is going to curtail any resource damage or conflict with our grazing lessees. And in addition, we would like to partner on this project through the Trust Preservation and Enhancement account and spend 50% of the cost to construct that roadway and the parking area in an amount not to exceed $7,500. So for those reasons, we're recommending this lease be approved with the restriction and the expenditure from the TP&E account. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Are there questions? Any questions? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
Then move, hear the superintendent's second, although I know the treasurer was right there. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
quick question. Did we address E19? I didn't have that on my consent list, but I could have been wrong.
E19 was on the consent.
It was. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter for your consideration is G1. G1 is consider applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease. The director is recommending approval of the described applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease, subject to the reference standard stipulations, and to allow the director to issue the leases effective October 2nd, 2024. And for further detail, I'll turn it over to Mr. Booth.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff have reviewed all the applications on this board matter, and we've also vetted the qualifications of the lessee. We recommend that the leases be issued for 2-year terms. In order, I just wanted to go through the locations in proximity to population areas. So the first is going to be 27 miles northwest of Gillette, the next 26.5 miles northwest of Gillette, and the third 26 miles northwest of Gillette. At this point, there are no known adjoining landowner concerns or groundwater concerns with any of these leases.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Booth, I just would like to thank you for adding that in to the analysis chart here. It was much appreciated in review. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion, further comments? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Been seconded by the treasurer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Noes? No. That motion carries with the secretary not assenting.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter for your consideration is Board Matter G2. This is to consider renewal applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease. The director is recommending that the board approve the described renewal applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease, subject to the reference standard stipulations, and to allow the director to issue the leases effective October 2nd, 2024. And for further explanation of the applications, I'll turn it over to Mr. Booth.
And Interim Director, did you say we're considering G2? I think G1 is also one that.
Mr. Chairman, you just considered G1 and approved it. This is just G2.
I'm sorry. Sorry, G2.
Mr. Chairman, staff again have reviewed the applications and we vetted the qualifications of the applicants. We're recommending that the leases be issued for another 2-year term. Going through the locations in order, the first is 7 miles south of Douglas and it's in a prospecting status. The next is 4 miles west of Burlington and again in a prospecting status. There are no known adjoining landowner concerns or groundwater concerns with these leases either. Happy to stand for questions.
Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, what's the term of this lease? Is it 2 years, 3 years, or what is it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it's 2-year term per the rules and regulations.
Do we have any, I guess, prohibitions in the rules and regulations as to having a continuing term or something like that, so they're not 2 and 3 year terms? It's hard. These guys are going back into prospecting. It seems like it's hard to get in the gravel business in a short period of time for whatever reason.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the rules that I'm familiar with state that therefore up to a 2-year term with the option to renew, and that's how we handle these leases and renewals.
Is it an automatic renewal, or you're shaking your head no? So what are the circumstances that we've had in the past that didn't get an automatic renewal?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, there's no automatic renewal. Every single one is provided for board consideration. I can't remember a time when the board denied a renewal in the same instance. So.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Move Director's Rex.
And moved by the treasurer. Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? None? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter for your consideration is Board Matter I-1. This is to consider enrollment of state land into a Wyoming Game and Fish walk-in area in Converse County. The Office of State Lands and Investments has received requests from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and Bed Tick Ranch, who's the lessee, that certain state trust lands in Converse County, southwest of Douglas, be enrolled into the Wyoming Game and Fish Department walk-in area program. The proposed parcel is approximately 844 acres. It's located in Township 32 North, Range 72 West, Sections 35 and 36. The director recommends that the board authorize the enrollment of the described parcel of state trust land into the Wyoming Game and Fish Department walk-in area program, including the restriction of motor vehicle use to the county road, designated parking areas by adopting Board Order 2024-3, consistent with Wyoming Statute 36-2-107B. I'll turn it over to Ben Bump for further explanation, and we may also have a member from Game and Fish available for any questions that you might have.
Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman, over the past several years, Game and Fish and the lessee have witnessed increasing public pressure on this piece of state trust land that's unfortunately led to an increase in off-road driving, wildlife violations, dumping, littering, and campfires. We believe that restricting motor vehicle use to the county road and in constructing several proposed parking areas will allow the continued and in fact enhanced use by the public of that state trust land, while significantly reducing the ability for those detrimental activities to continue. Additional benefit is when state trust lands are enrolled in game and fish walking areas, they receive the added benefit of the increased presence of game and fish law enforcement and regular monitoring. Because we are looking at a travel restriction, we did post notice of that consideration on the site and on our website on August 16th, 2024 to provide information to and seek public comment. As of today, 0 comments have been received. As the director mentioned, I believe we might have game and fish available. If there are any questions, I would also stand for questions.
Thanks. Questions? Hearing none. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
Been moved and seconded, moved by the auditor, seconded by superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter is I2. This is consider enrollment of state trust land into a game and fish walk-in area in Crook County. The Office of State Lands and Investments received requests from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and Robert and Brenda Wagner, who are the surface lessees, that certain state trust lands in Crook County southwest of Sundance be enrolled into the game and fish walk-in area program. The proposed parcel is approximately 657 acres located in Township 50 North, Range 65 West, Section 16. The director recommends that the board authorize the enrollment of the described parcel of state trust land into the game and fish walk-in area program, including the restriction of motor vehicle use to the county road and designated parking area by adopting Board Order 2024-4, consistent with Wyoming Statute 36-2-107B. Again, I'll turn it over to Ben for further explanation.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bump.
This is almost the exact same situation as the one you just approved, but over the past several years, increasing public pressure has led to abuse when folks get off of the county roads. Putting it in the walking area will, again, enhance the sportsman's experience while decreasing these detrimental activities on state trust lands, and add that benefit of game and fish patrolling the area. Similar, we also posted this site online on our website and on the site on August 16th, 2024 to seek public comment. As of today, none have been received. I believe Game and Fish is available online if there are any questions for this one, and I would also stand for any questions.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Mr. Bump, it doesn't appear anybody wants to address, so if that's the case, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation and maybe just add yay walk-in areas.
Yeah.
I love them. I think they benefit the landowner and the beneficiaries and sportsmen, so.
Thank you. Moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter for your consideration is a trust land preservation enhancement account project to excavate and dispose of junk and debris and to reclaim 3 separate dump sites. OSLI has identified 3 separate dump sites in Fremont, Sblc, and Sweetwater counties. The sites have been used for dumping refuse by the public for many years and pose a hazard to humans, livestock, and wildlife and the health of the state trust asset. As no responsible party can be identified, the proposed cost of the TPE account is 100% of the total project cost and not to exceed $45,000. The director recommends that the board approve expending funds from the TPE account for the preservation and enhanced project as described in an amount not to exceed $45,000. Again, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bump for further explanation.
Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman, not a ton of color to add here, just that these are some sites that our field personnel have had their eyes on for a while and want to get cleaned up. Hazardous materials on site, it'd be better to have them off. And we'd like to use P&E account to get a contractor out there to scrape them all up and clean them up and remediate the soils. So, stand for any questions.
Mr. Secretary.
This is for both of the next two, Mr. Chairman, and obviously we got to do the work, but do we have a person in charge over there to make sure we're in touch with law enforcement so that if the person who dumped is ultimately charged with a crime and there's restitution, that we make sure the state's in touch with the court to have our interest in as part of the considerations and restitution?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to speak to that. That's specifically for I-4 for the next one. But yes, our field supervisor on my staff is in direct contact with the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office.
And Mr. Secretary, I'd point out that the reservation has tremendous dumping issues as well. I think, are trying to work with the county commission and with the tribes to figure out how to curtail this activity. It's really unfortunate, so. Further discussion, comments? There is none. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the last matter for your consideration is Board Matter I-4. Consider a trust land preservation and enhancement account project in Sweetwater County. OSLI is proposing a project to remediate an oil spill, to excavate and dispose of junk and debris, and to reclaim state trust land located in Township 18 North, Range 105 West, Section 16 in Sweetwater County. Earlier in August, OSLI was contacted by the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office regarding an active investigation of a suspected illegal dumping case involving industrial oil drums on Little Bear Creek Road near the Blairtown Connector Road south of Rock Springs. When tossed out, the large amounts of liquid oil leaked out and spilled from the containers into the surrounding environment, risking contamination into Bitter Creek. The Sheriff's Office posted the story to their Facebook page to seek information from the public, which was picked up by several media outlets. The case remains under active investigation. The director recommends that the board approve expending funds from the TP&E account for the preservation and enhancement project as described in amount not to exceed $30,000. Again, Mr. Bump is here for further explanation.
Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman, just a little bit of color. When we were contacted about this, we reached out to our friends at DEQ to bring them in to consult with us and met on site and determined that this oil spill was an urgent matter to get off the ground and not risk having a rain event wash it downstream or make it worse than it was. So we did retain the services of a local contractor right away to get a vacuum truck out and get the majority of the oil out of there. So what we're needing to do now is to finish the cleanup of the site, get all of the junk out of there and remediate the soils. And so that's what the remainder of the project would look like. So stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Bump? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation of $30,000.
It's been moved and seconded by the superintendent. You know, I would note, it wasn't long ago, we were looking for a walk-in area and a parking lot in a dangerous location next to a state section. It would have been a great project. But there was a concern about dumping happening, and the county didn't want to have the cost of cleanup. The state wasn't particularly interested in the cost of cleanup. Game and Fish wasn't interested in the cost of cleanup. It's really shameful that we have this activity. We've also had that activity up in the Bighorn Basin as well. So just a comment.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I think all of these are extremely important. We're remediating, dump sites. That's great, but I think I'd like to have an opportunity to get together as a board at some time. I don't think it's going to take a lot of time, but to talk about using some of that TP&E funds into adding value to our state land assets.
As opposed to just protecting them.
Yeah, instead of just protecting them, yeah. And I think I think there's some areas up in Teton County where we could do some forest planning that would, I think, add value to that in the long term. And 20 years later, we'd have some places where if you wanted to do some development, necessarily, nobody else would see it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very good. Any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that's everything on the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners. It'd be appropriate to convene as a State Loan and Investment Board.
Mr. Chairman, I think now would be a good time. Could we take a 20-minute, 20-minute break?
Sure, without objection. 20-minute break. That brings us back at 11:30.
That's good.
Thank you. Thank you. Believe we are back and we have a quorum and we can convene as the State Loan and Investment Board. So I'll turn it to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the first item on the agenda is consideration of the August 1st, 2024 State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review and look at these. Are there additions, changes, corrections to be made to the minutes? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept the minutes for the August 1st, 2024 meeting.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there support?
Second.
Been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have provided you with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this time, but we stand for any questions.
Are there any questions on the matters behind tab B? If there are none, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've also provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would like.
Members of the board, with your leave, I would entertain the good executive directors, or excuse me, the interim director's suggested consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I propose items C1, D1, E1 through E3, F1, and F2 as the proposed consent list.
Okay, members, you've heard the suggested consent list. Are there additions or subtractions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to put forward a consent list of C1, D1, E1 through E3, F1 and 2.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove C1.
Okay. So if items D1, E1 through E3, F1 and 2, if those meet with your view, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of items D1, E1 through E3, and F1 and F2.
Second.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? We have a consent list, D1, E1 through E3, F1 and 2. I would now entertain a motion to move the director's recommendations for the items on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the auditor. It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board matter C1 is the next for the board's consideration. It's consider annual authorization and adoption of the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan and Comprehensive Priority List. The director recommends that the board give final authorization and adopt the 2025 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan and the final comprehensive priority list of eligible projects for the time period of October 3rd, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. And for more explanation on this matter, I turn it over to Ms. Blackwell.
Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the drinking water intended use plan is a little different than the clean water in the sense the statute requires you all to take action on this intended use plan, whereas the clean water did not. The statute also requires that the intended use plan be presented to the Select Water Committee, which was done, and they approved it. Therefore, it comes to Slib for approval. As with clean water intended use plan, we cleaned off the drinking water intended use plan and requested people to only submit projects that they intended to apply for funding in fiscal year 2025. This was to help establish a true priority list. Historically, the funds have been first come, first serve. This approach allowed us to create a true priority list, lay out funding recommendations for projects so that they would know when they applied to us what their funding package would be, how much loan funds they would be eligible for, the interest rate, as well as principal forgiveness. Those projects on that list have 4 meetings that they can come to the board and request those fundings and have that funding package reserved for them. After those 4 meetings, the principal forgiveness that was reserved for those projects will then be available to anyone who comes and applies. This approach is helping us plan for what's coming in, as well as helping our communities plan for what they need to do. We had a public meeting on this, on the intended use plan, and much of the feedback was positive with the change in the fact that it is making entities think about what they need and when they need it. So presented here, it's a requirement of the annual capitalization grant that we complete the intended use plan. It details out to EPA how we intend to spend the funds that they are granting to us. I recommend the board approve it.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, were there any dissenting factors, questions, votes at the Joint Ag Committee? Did anyone raise anything?
Mr. Chairman, no one had any questions at the Select Water Committee.
So it passed unanimously?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess one question. They've got some set-asides here, 2, 4, and 10% set-asides. Are those numbers going to be able to be utilized, you think? Have we utilized those in the past? You've got lead and technical assistance and a few others.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, within the drinking water program, they have 4 different set-asides. The 2%, which is reserved for small system technical assistance. We take that and we are contracting with Midwest Assistance Program. We pay this contract. That entity can go out and work with any system serving less than 10,000 people, which is most of our systems, at no cost to the system. They can help create capital improvement plans, help plan, help figure out books, whatever is needed. The 4% set aside is for the administration of the program that is used to pay for staff salaries. The 10% is for it can also be used for technical assistance. It can be used for admin expenses. And then finally, the 15% is another set aside for which we can use to hire contractors to help administer the program. What we are currently using the set asides for is we are in the process of negotiating a contract for asset management planning, for which we would like to hire a company to figure out what is the standard cost for an entity or a system of X size. What is the cost to prepare a capital improvement plan for them or an asset management plan? The second part of that project will be hiring someone to go out and do those capital improvement plans for our communities. That way, when they are seeking funding from us, specifically grant funding, we know that they are asking for funds to do a project that's needed and not wanted. And therefore, we are taking care of systems appropriately and not just taking care of the squeaky wheel.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, follow up on that. On the grant question there, can any of these funds be used in this manner to actually help with the grant process? It seems like we've got people that just don't understand the grant process. You have a lot of turnover in local governments on boards or councils or mayors or whatever. So is there anything in here that can kind of provide that expertise and continuity as we go through our election process?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the contract we have with Midwest Assistance Program, they are able to go out and help our communities. The communities can call and reach out to any staff member. There's also several technical assistance programs that have been set up through EPA that can go out and help our communities. Additionally, the Grants Management Office that's been established in the State Budget Department, they are also a resource for entities to go to get assistance to apply for grants and to find additional funding.
Do we have any I guess, outreach things like at the WAM or the county officers or anything like that? Do we, you know, is there, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we do. We attend the WAM conferences. We regularly present at the Wyoming Association of Rural Waters conferences so that we are constantly out and about letting people know what we have, where to come get the money, how to get it. We try to get the word out as much as we can. But like you said, with changeover in staff, a lot of times information is not passed along.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Treasurer, I'd point out that we've had at least 2 summits for grants management. They've been well attended, and we continue to try to make sure that we get the information out that the state has a capacity can help. So, okay. Further questions, comments? Okay. If there are none, members of the board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the board give final authorization and adopt the 2025 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund intended use plan and the final comprehensive priority listing of eligible projects for the time period October 3rd, 2024 through June 30th, 2025.
Second. Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us all the way down to
Thank you.
matters, which are the state investment matters, and so I'll turn it over to the state treasurer to walk us through that.
Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yeah,
Now that we're moving into the investment matters, I wanted to ask you, you know, obviously we have a interim director, where we're at on the selection of a director. You know, I've explained to many people over time that it's a little different from the forestry director, that the director of office state land serves at the pleasure of the governor, and that's in state law. And obviously we could debate all day whether it should be that way or it should be the other way, like the forester, but I wanted to see if you had an update on that and some of the things you're considering as you make this very important determination on the future of the office.
Sure. You know, Mr. Secretary, I think what I'll do is I'll take that up at the end of the meeting. This is the treasurer's time, and we'll go ahead with that.
Okay, well, the last thing was the treasurer's time, so I thought it would make sense before we moved into that, but fine, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Gray, that gave us time to get our crew up here to the main table. And we have a particular honor of welcoming Becky Gratzinger from RVK, who's going to be our new representative personally here. So, yeah, Becky, is there anything you want to tell the group about you? Because I think that I probably know more about you, but you know more about yourself than I do.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. I have had the absolute pleasure of working with the state of Wyoming going back to 1996. And so it's a pleasure to be back here again. Josh and I have worked together on this relationship for a lot of years, and Josh has been the face for many years and will continue to be. But I'll have the chance to spend even more time with you going forward, which is an absolute pleasure again. So I've been with RVK since 1994, so have more than 30 years of history with the firm and a senior consultant, and I'm CEO currently and will be transitioning that role to Josh in the beginning of 2025. But I will maintain my role as a senior consultant and chairman of RVK's board, and I'm not going anywhere. So I'm really delighted to be here with you today.
We're really glad to have you too. Absolutely. Yeah. I guess we could go right to K1, but we got Patrick Fleming, our CIO, and Patrick, any words?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, thank you, Patrick Fleming, CIO for Treasurer's Office. We have 3 different managers today that we'll be presenting to you, and then also Becky will be going over the most recent performance update. Mr. Chairman, per your previous suggestion and request, we do have Russell Reed from the IFC who is with us today. And I'll just preface it by saying, excuse me, it was a unanimous decision, but per previous conversations, Russell will be able to give a little bit more information. We'll be able to have our RVK give an overview or their view of the managers. Then our investment staff will also comment on it. But also Russell does have a time commitment here, so we're a little bit tight. So what I was hoping is that Russell would be able to just give the overview of the IFCs on all three managers, so we don't lose him at the tail end in case it takes longer than normal.
Mr. Treasurer, is that okay with you?
I think that's fine, and also we have Charles Gray, our one of our new attorneys, and Charles is coming along really well, I think. Fed him with the fire hose for a while, but he's not waterlogged at this point.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I know that Russell did have the invite, and I'm not sure if Mr. Bump is in charge. Okay, wonderful. Russell, can you hear us?
I can hear you all well. Hello, everybody.
Perfect.
So,
Russell,
yep.
okay, I didn't know if you heard
So,
my introduction. Yes.
I did. So hello, everybody. Russell Reed here, member of the IFC. Great to give you our the IFC assessment on three managers for today. They're different managers. Sorry for the background noise, by the way. I'll try to find a quieter place. So with the three managers, they invest in three different types of strategies. The first one that you'll be hearing is a Morgan Stanley co-investment fund. Byron will be presenting this to you. It's a PE fund, and it focuses on co-investments. So the co-investments structure is a very favorable thing in the investment industry these days. It stands in contrast to a fund of funds. A fund of funds oftentimes entails doubling of fees. You're investing in a fund of funds manager, and then they invest in individual fund managers. So there are two layers of fees. With a co-investment fund, you're investing into individual projects that are related to funds. There are individual positions, projects from 26 different funds. So how these arise are generally from, they arise when a fund cannot take down the investment in any one project just by itself. They hit concentration limits, so they need to be able to rely on co-investments for the additional investment. This has become a very fee-efficient way to invest into private equity. Morgan Stanley we view as a positive manager. The staff uses it as a positive manager. IFC concurs. So we are supportive of the co-investment PE fund. We think that represents an efficient way of entering into private equity at this point in time. So we are, positive on that evaluation. Any questions before I move on to the second fund? The team will be presenting the fund, so I'll just give you our evaluation on the three products. The second one you'll be hearing is Pantheon. Caleb will be presenting this. This is a credit secondaries fund, widely diversified, 1,500 to 2,500 companies. It's a $150 million commitment. IFC spent some time. $150 million is a fair commitment for the fund. However, it is in line with the pacing objectives of this sector. So in order to get the private market exposure that we're targeting, we have a certain pacing of new investments. This is in keeping with our pacing objectives. So we spent some time as an IFC going over the fact that we'd be 10 to 12% of the investment in the fund. But in the end, that actually, we think it's, the manager, Pantheon, is well regarded. It's in keeping with our pacing. So we are supportive, of the of the recommendation on Pantheon regarding credit secondaries. The third area you'll be hearing about is Westwood. This is a stock fund. It's a high concentration stock investment. What that means is that very differently than what you get with a lot of highly diversified funds, diversification is not the key to these high conviction funds. They spend 6 to 9 months generally investigating a company at depth and understanding what the core positions are and really becoming a partner with the publicly traded company. This particular fund with Westwood has 2 sleeves, one for developed markets, one for emerging markets. So there are 2 sleeves. The discussion that the IFC had focused around some turnover in the staff of the manager. Not a big flag for us. We think it's a natural turnover. We don't think it changes or compromises the capabilities of the team overall. It's sort of a natural succession. They have depth. So from an IFC perspective, we are supportive of the 3 recommendations of the staff. We think they're in keeping with the asset allocation objectives that we've set out, and they're quality managers. So that's my IFC overview. And thank you, Patrick, and the Slib board for having me, for accommodating my timing.
Thank you, Russell.
Mr. Treasurer, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, just because you provide the look-through into the workings of the IFC, can you describe sort of your committee's due diligence on each of these?
Absolutely. So the process which sort of ensues is the following. And I look at this as being a bit of a triangle. The role of the primary diligence is being done by the internal staff. That's particularly important. They are making an assessment, based upon the track record, the team, and the context for the portfolio. So that's the primary background. Now then there are the 2 additional roles. The next role is with the consultant, with RVK. RVK is going to contextualize the manager with respect to other potential investors in that sector. So they'll be giving feedback and calibration on, are there alternatives you should be looking at? So they're going to be, RVK is going to be relied on for the manager assessment in the context of the overall set of managers. In this case, let's say among the private equity managers, the credit managers, and the concentrated stock managers. And then the role of the IFC, we're the ones that have been around the block for a very long time. And so we generally know many of the relationships. I've been an institutional investor for over 3 decades, and have been a chief investment officer for CalPERS in California for the Alaska Permanent Fund, and I've also been chief investment officer and deputy CEO for a sovereign wealth fund in the GCC region of the Arabian Peninsula. So the role of the IFC is to ask the questions that are sort of normally at a board level, given our experience with managers, with the asset allocation. Does this make sense? So we ask the questions to the team and to the consultant regarding those things, such as have you considered other types of strategies? Have you considered other types of managers? And both the team and RVK, provide their feedback. So based upon our experience and so we don't cover everything. I'd say that's the in terms of the competitive context, RVK is providing that perspective. But in terms of the experience of does this fit into the portfolio and have both the internal staff and RVK done their jobs regarding the vetting of the manager and the competitive context, we do follow up with that. So I think we're a mechanism to ensure, that the process and the evaluations are done in accordance with what, the best practice objectives are.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question too.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask about the emerging markets manager. I mean, what does that mean and how in detail do you get into that? I mean, are we talking about Martinique, Mozambique, Africa, Asia? Is it just anywhere that they sort of decide is an emerging market focus? What does that mean, and how do we know what our spread across different countries with different political, social, economic stability landscapes, what kind of due diligence is done there?
So it really a good question and very relevant for the emerging markets in particular, because the managers can take a very different tack. In this case, with the with Westwood, it's a high conviction manager, which means that they're really focusing on individual companies. So think of it as a concentrated portfolio of individual companies. These are generally larger cap companies. It will have, they'll be in the developed markets and the emerging markets. There are two sleeves. In the sleeve that's emerging markets, you're going to see a fair amount of Korea, and a fair amount of Korea is definitely going to show up. The emerging markets themselves are a function of East Asia, Southeast Asia, Middle East, and Latin America. So I'd say for this manager, I'll defer to the team on the specific concentrations that they're seeing in the emerging markets sleeves. My estimation is that the high concentration risk, the ones that they're able to diligence the most, are going to be disproportionately in Korea and Latin America, because those are the markets where the manager is going to be able to dig down and get the most comfort with a high conviction story. Again, each of these, it's different than a diversified emerging markets manager, because here they're kicking the tires and knowing the details on a specific company that they research over a period of 6 to 9 months. So it's so here we're going to know the concentration risks, the political risks. That's going to be very explicitly, accommodated by the investment manager. So they're not allocating by country or by region. It's literally, company by company.
Mr. Chairman? Yes, Mr. Chairman, Secretary, on a follow-up, Seth Consoliver can go into more detail on the exact breakdown of the emerging market sector if you're curious to see that exact list. And also, if you are concerned more of countries that would be excluded, Venezuela, so forth, that they're on a list that we are not able to, Cuba, et cetera, Russia, that we are not able to invest in. So that is on the exclusion list, that funds that are on that list we do not invest in.
What's on the exclusion list currently?
Well, I know, let's see, so we have Russia, Cuba, Venezuela, please.
Iran.
Sorry, I'll just answer first what the MSCI definitions are of emerging markets. I can't give you a full definition.
You might want to push the button there, Seth. One looks like
We're good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm Seth Consoliver, cover equity with the State Treasurer's Office. Most of these managers will follow the MSCI definition of an emerging market. And they might not be the poor type of countries you might think of as emerging. Those would be frontier markets. And frontier markets we don't invest in. It's not part of our mandate, and it's not part of the mandate for most of these funds that we look at. So an example here, when I look at the Westwood country allocations, which are included in the memo Appendix B. Some of them would include China, although very de minimis allocation to China. I think it's 1% of the fund. India's big, Taiwan's big, Korea's big, just as Russell had mentioned. Smaller would be Brazil, South Africa, Mexico, Indonesia, and UAE. There are a few other emerging exposures, probably Argentina would be a frontier market right now. I don't have what the other is here, but it wouldn't be a frontier market. So these would be fairly developed markets. The smallest, I think, in the emerging universe would be Indonesia or Malaysia, but they're fairly large markets, actually.
Brazil's got a lot of political risk right now. They shut down
Sure.
X, commonly known as Twitter.
Sure.
Until they agreed to a bunch of stipulations, they shut it down.
Yep.
Couldn't even access it.
Yep.
Did you hear about that?
Yep, absolutely. So again, just as Russell mentioned, this is a firm that will, they'll understand these companies usually just as well as the management of the companies themselves. So they'll be more aware of the idiosyncratic risks associated with each company, probably more so than any investor I can think of. They spend 12 months learning about each company that they invest in. So the level of due diligence they do is deep. And if they miss something, I mean, it means everyone else has missed it. They're very good at understanding each company's individual risks.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, just that Appendix B is page 7, if you want to look at it, and it has all of the country allocations, not only just emerging markets, but all of them.
And anecdotally, really quick, just from our conversations, so their China exposures, you'll note there, is it's almost zero, and that's not a macro level decision that they've taken. Those are company level decisions that they've taken that have led to that outcome. And that's been fed by their observations of Chinese companies where CFOs have been essentially forced by the Chinese government to hide things, hide lending programs inside their balance sheets that they were able to uncover. These are things that no other investor I've spoken with has been able to uncover as thoroughly as they have. Just to give you an idea, just to give you a sense of how detailed they are. And again, they're not making macro decisions on countries or on currencies or anything like that, but oftentimes what you'll see is the bottom-up the bottom-up process that they follow will lead to some fairly top-down positionings that are definitely distinct. So anyway, for whatever that's worth, hopefully that helps.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, as far as following the D matters, Seth was going to be on the third manager, but since we're already on that, would you prefer that we just start with Westwood and then go back to our other managers since we're already there? It's just curious.
That's fine with me, yeah. Go ahead, Seth.
Okay, yeah, let me just grab the rest of my notes here. All right. So again, thanks for your time today. Westwood, similar to Lazard, which we talked about last time, this marks a continuation of our ongoing effort to increase the active management in our international portfolio. It's an alpha-rich space, so that's best for the state, right, that we increase the active portion there. And Westwood is one of the several firms that we had already interviewed earlier on this year and are just now getting to the point where we bring them to you. So they are an international-only boutique shop. They don't do anything other than international equities. They're slightly smaller, manage about $12 billion in assets, and they started with just emerging markets in 2003. So when they were founded, it was just emerging markets. They've since added developed markets. That was in 2015. But each of the two strategies is managed by completely independent teams. And we view that as a cool selling point of the strategy, where we get two independent teams with slightly different styles. But the styles are similar, and they both follow a bottom-up, low turnover, intrinsic value-driven approach to investing. And part of that commonality in the style stems from the longer history that the team has together that extends prior to the foundation of Westwood. Most of the team worked at Putnam Investments for many years before they left and founded their own firm. The product we'll be investing in will be a combination of both the emerging market and developed market sub-strategies that they manage. When you combine the two, and per our due diligence, the track record is exceptionally good. We'll end up with about 50 to 60 names on average. That's what we would anticipate. So this is fairly concentrated, just as Russell had mentioned. But historically, the realized tracking error is quite low. And importantly, their excess returns are negatively correlated in almost all cases against the excess returns of our existing active managers. And so that's, again, a very attractive selling point of the strategy. It's a great complement to what we already have and should enhance the return stream that we can produce in our international equity portfolio overall. What else here? We've got something different with Westwood that we don't have with other international managers. Given the space is dominated by the developed markets, which constitute about 70% of our benchmark, most managers we've seen in this space tend to relegate emerging markets as a less important market over which to dedicate resources. In the case of Westwood, that's different. There's a dedicated emerging market team, and we'll get full coverage of all those emerging market countries, unlike what we might get with other managers. So that's, again, something very attractive about this strategy that we're proposing, and something that has me very excited. The one downside, and Russell had mentioned this a bit, was the personnel changes in the emerging market team. So both teams are led by co-PMs with a deeply benched analyst structure as well. However, earlier this year, one of the co-PMs on the emerging market side did depart the firm. He's announced his retirement and he's moving on. He might come back later as a senior advisor, but he won't be involved full-time in the firm anymore. So that is a downside. He's been with the firm since its founding. However, mitigating that, the other co-PM of the emerging market strategy, Meg, she's been there since the firm's founding as well. And she's been a co-PM since the firm's founding as well. So she's got all of the expertise they need. And on top of that, she's given no indication of retiring anytime soon. Along with that, they've recently promoted a couple new co-PMs that will serve alongside her. And they've both been with the firm for more than 10 years, as well as working at Putnam Investments beforehand with the team. So a lot of good shared history together. They know each other well. And anyway, that mitigates the concerns that we would have as far as personnel issues would otherwise, otherwise, I think in terms of risk, we had already touched on concentration, but given that this is a complement to other active managers we already have, again, important mitigants to that risk. All things considered, a great manager that happy to bring to you today. And if you've got any questions, happy to help answer them.
Okay, Becky, what's RV Case have to say?
I'd like to introduce Joe Ledgerwood, who leads our manager research effort, who's going to address this manager on our behalf.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here today. As Becky said, I'm Joe Ledgerwood. I'm the manager of our investment manager research group. I would like to just echo a lot of Seth's comments about the merits of the manager, the complementary aspects of it in terms of portfolio fit with your current manager lineup, both from a mathematical standpoint, so from a correlation standpoint, but also from a type of investment style. So it's fundamental, bottom-up, concentrated, very long holding period. That complements well with your quantitative manager in Arrow Street, also with your growth-oriented managers, more diversified in Lazard and Harding-Loevner. Westwood follows a valuation-heavy criteria with a very long holding period. So it's a good fit for the overall portfolio and should be additive from a risk-return standpoint. I do want to mention just the concentration risk, because I do think that that is something that has been appropriately considered. If we were considering this manager on a standalone basis, that concentration risk might be more important to consider given the potential volatility of a concentrated manager. But given it's part of a multi-manager portfolio, it's one of several managers, that concentration is mitigated just through those stylistic complements and the mathematical complements that Seth noted. So we're comfortable with that as a manager. The other note that I will make that I think is attractive about this manager is that it's their downside capture. So that's the amount that they go down relative to the amount of the index. And generally speaking, they go down less in down markets than the index does. And I think that's an appropriate stance for a concentrated manager, because that allows you, as you know, if you go down 50%, you have to go up 100% just to get back to zero, the compounding factor. And so protecting more on that downside really does a good job of helping you compound capital over time. Thank you.
Mr. Treasurer, just one quick question. I know one thing, and Becky, it's good to see you. One thing that I've always hoped that we could do, and I know it's a little bit more difficult, and I think you have made great strides on it, but as you do have multiple managers, and they are in a particular, to the Secretary's point, they may be in a particular country, and your concentration risk is really what comes to mind. Being able to parse how many managers hold a very similar position in a very similar economy and what happens under those circumstances. Do we have enough separation in these that we don't sort of get blindsided?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. I do think that we have that diversification. One thing that we can provide going forward is that type of overlap analysis among your portfolio. We don't have that with us today, but it is something that we're capable of providing.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Am I addressing the treasurer?
I was going to have
okay.
address the
Okay,
treasurer.
I guess it changed, okay. What does other developed and other emerging mean? I mean, is that Martinique, Mozambique? I mean, what is it?
It's a good question, Mr. Secretary. MSCI has a definition. So whenever we talk about where a manager can invest, we always default back to their benchmark. So in this case, it would be the MSCI Global ex-US for the international portion, and the MSCI Emerging Market benchmark for the emerging market portion. MSCI has pretty strict definitions about which countries go into those benchmarks. And then because a manager is being evaluated versus those benchmarks, that's what constrains the countries. The countries that you've listed are frontier markets, which would not be eligible investments for this. Now, these benchmarks have really long tails. So there might be a country with 3 or 4 stocks that are in the index, and they make up a very small portion of that. And so instead of having a pie chart with slices that have a 0.2 or something smaller, it gets aggregated into other, and that's those smaller countries that make that up. I'm happy to provide a broader list of those countries for you, but I don't have that on me right now. Perhaps Seth does.
All right, so this is from MSCI. Emerging market countries are Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Peru. That's in Latin America. In Asia, China, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Korea, Malaysia, Philippines, Taiwan, and Thailand. Other could be Czech Republic, Egypt, Greece, Hungary, Poland, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Turkey, and UAE. That's it.
Chairman, I got all these questions. I mean, this is one of the only things, this is the only thing in today's meeting that I wasn't briefed on, and it's very important. So got a lot of questions. Is Korea include North Korea? Because it says Korea there.
No, South Korea.
Okay.
Yeah, North Korea.
In the future, they might want to list that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
And then Seth, this is on the index question. I think, did we, I'm trying to remember, we did MSCI All World ex-US and then 50% MSCI All World ex-China. Is that correct? So that's
Ex-US, ex-China, correct. Yep.
okay.
Yep. So what we're doing internally to manage that is we're mapping the country exposure. You mentioned mapping the company exposure. We haven't done that yet, the overlap analysis, but we have started to do that for the country exposure for our overall, our overall international equity portfolio. And that's important to make sure that we're close to that 50%, that we're not deviating too much from that. So, yeah.
Great. Thanks.
Yep.
And one thing is, I just, when they say Korea in the future, maybe I was a little unclear. I think it's important to make sure you mean South Korea, All right, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions on this or explanations here?
Is the manager here?
I don't know if the manager is here on Zoom or not. No.
Okay.
No, Mr. Treasurer, the manager is not.
Okay.
We are not including managers in the presentations at this point.
Okay, I Googled this, and on their ESG thing, they said they're signers on the this UN agreement or whatever. Did you look into this UN thing they signed? This UN deal they signed?
Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, just about all of the funds and people that we look at there's a lot of people who will sign on to the UN agreement. And so when you're looking at ESG statements that you're going to have, you'll see that across many different instances, like Peabody Coal, for instance, one of our largest coal producers, have signed into zero commission Plaza Accord, or not the Plaza Accord, the Paris Accord, I'm sorry, into these agreements and so forth. The key that we're talking about on this is the investments that they are putting through are the highest risk-adjusted return, and they are obliged by following our IPS. So all of the managers that you'll see, just about everyone will have just about all of them have ESG statements.
Mr. Chairman, how does the IPS then prevent them from investing in an ESG method?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, Secretary, in our IPS, we state specifically, and that was part of the rework that we did, is that the managers are focusing on the highest risk-adjusted return. So it's regardless of anything else. They don't care, what it is, if it's a coal plant or a pipeline or whatever they see. They are looking at purely returning to the state of Wyoming the highest return possible on a risk-adjusted basis. Now, as we've discussed before, there are certain sectors that these managers will not invest in because it doesn't meet what they do. Private equity will not invest in E&P companies, exploration production companies. We would never invest in an E&P, in a PE company that does, because of the known cash flows are so uncertain. That is invested in our internal equity portfolio. So each one of our managers will exclude certain things because that's just not what they do. It's not in their bailiwick. So those things are excluded just because of uncertainty. But as far as these managers looking at a oil company in Argentina, all they care about is the highest risk-adjusted return per our IPS.
Mr. Chairman, my question too is, why don't you have material terms on this? Because in the others, we get some guarantees there in terms of the IPS, and here we don't have material terms.
Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, the material terms are only for the managers that are considered alternatives, which are basically any of the levered funds, and those are deemed a higher risk per se. And so when you go through material terms, any of our just unlevered large cap US, international markets or whatever, they do not employ leverage. And so there's not a material term positions what they do. And that has always been the way that we have done, is never required of material term approval for non-alternative managers. Now, the next two managers that we have are into the alternative bucket, and there will be a material term that will be presented to the board today.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add to that, I had, Mr. Secretary, I had a conversation with Joe from your office the other day in regards to the lack of material terms. And we provided numerous reasons why the alternatives were the only ones. One, there would be close-ended funds that we can't get in or out of. In this particular situation, that's at our election. But more importantly, within the IPS itself, Section 4, subsection G says specifically that they will only review the material terms of alternative investments. The IPS section from 11.1 of the IPS, Section G again says that the only matters that to submit material terms governing the investments will be alternative investments. And then again in Section 19.3, related to alternative investments, it again reiterates it.
Okay, so let's move on. Any other questions? Secretary, Superintendent? Okay. Mr. Chairman?
All right, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Or you're asking, I'm sorry.
Any other questions, or are we ready to, I guess if there's no further discussion, then I guess I could propose the motion.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board select the fund Westwood Global as a state international equity investment manager, conditioned upon approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations. Now, that seems a little bit out of place. Conditions upon the approval of successful contract negotiations. Okay, all right. We'll catch that one next time, Charles. Okay. Okay, so condition upon the approval and of terms and successful contract negotiations. So not material, just terms.
Second.
Great. It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? If not, then all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Secretary said no. That motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Should we jump back to the front there, Patrick? Where do you want to go now?
Yes, sir. That would be
Okay.
great if we could
All right.
go back to K1.
K1. Okay, Morgan Stanley.
Mr. Treasurer, Caleb Simpson will be presenting, Byron Bean will be presenting Morgan Stanley, and also Joe Ledgerwood, who also is, part of our team now with Josh and Becky. So they always give us the A team, which we're very thankful for. So with that, we'll start off with Joe first giving the RVK's overview, and then Byron Bean will follow up with the co-investment fund proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I will let Byron dig deeper into the strategy, but just some of the merits from RVK's standpoint. I'll echo Russell's comments on the co-investment market opportunity. We think that's a good diversifier for any private equity portfolio. It has attractive fees relative to direct funds, and it gets you broad diversification across GPs and other sectors. We appreciate that this is a strategy that is going deeper into smaller companies, smaller portfolio companies, which is a differentiator from your current portfolio. Again, providing that type of diversification, good portfolio construction. And finally, we have conviction in the manager. They have a good track record. They've been in the space for a long time, and we feel like that they can execute on behalf of the state. With that, I'll turn it over to Byron.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be presenting to you again another investment proposal. I'm Byron Bean, Senior Investment Officer with the Treasurer's Office. Before I go into detail on the Morgan Stanley Private Equity Co-Investment Fund, we'll call it the MSPCO Fund, I'd like to give a broad overview of what a co-investment is and how it is sourced. A co-investment is an investment made directly into a company alongside a private equity fund that serves as a lead investor. A co-investment opportunity arises when a fund seeks to acquire an equity interest in a company, but the required investment capital exceeds the amount the fund can commit on its own. In order to execute investment opportunities that may be otherwise out of reach, the fund may turn to a co-investment partner, frequently a limited partner in the fund, to help finance the equity investment required to acquire a target company. These deals are usually offered to the limited partner at no cost. I'd like to discuss now how the Morgan Stanley PICO Fund sources these deals. MS invests in PE funds on behalf of all their clients. When co-investment opportunities are available from these PE funds, these opportunities go to Morgan Stanley, not the underlying client. And from this, Morgan Stanley feeds their co-investment funds. So for us investing in this fund, it has kind of a free lunch element, if you will, in that we didn't invest in the underlying funds, but we're able to gain access at the same price of these co-investment deals as the other primary fund investors are. What I like about the product is the following. First, they have generated strong first quartile performance that has a high indication of skill, not luck, due to a very low loss ratio. Next, I believe the performance is replicable as they continue to invest in high quality primary funds and will continue to have access to the co-investment deals from these funds. Additionally, within the Morgan Stanley co-investment platform, the mid-level and senior turnover has been very low. Finally, the fee drag is significantly lower than a buyout fund, as co-investment deals most oftentimes don't have any fees associated with them, and the Morgan Stanley fund fees are half that of a standard buyout fund. In regards to portfolio fit, first, our portfolio is not currently invested in a co-investment fund. Second, our portfolio is a nascent portfolio. My initial strategy is to construct it with less exposure to individual company risk as well as to individual GP risk. The Morgan Stanley PICO Fund accomplishes this by investing in 40+ companies per fund, which is roughly 3 to 4 times more companies per fund versus a standard buyout fund. And also this will be achieved via partnerships with about 25 to 30 GPs. Moving on to risk. The main risk in this fund, this is now Fund 3, is fund growth. But I believe that this will be mitigated by the fact that they can simply invest the capital they have over a longer period of time, and or they can simply invest in more deals. So to complete my due diligence, I visited them on site in Philadelphia. It is my conclusion that their investment professionals are very highly skilled and motivated. And additionally, they operate within a very structured and replicable process. So look forward to any questions.
No questions here.
Well, I did have one, and that, Byron, is just your view of how their selection process is going to be reviewed by the office. In other words, if I understand the way we've done private equity, we have options to be able to opt in or opt out of particular choices. Is that correct?
I believe that perhaps Charles would best be able to answer that question.
Okay.
That is correct. I'll cover that in the material terms section.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, they've been very receptive to a opt-in, opt-out based on each individual investment, whether it's in violation of our IPS or whether we just feel morally wrong about it.
Yeah.
Any measure whatsoever. So.
Okay. Very good.
Okay. All right. We've got RVK, we've got Byron now. Patrick, anything else before we go to material terms? Or we probably should vote on this one, I guess. Any other further discussion, guys? Okay, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board select the fund Morgan Stanley as a state private equity investment manager conditioned upon approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Secretary says no. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I guess we're up for Charles to discuss the material terms.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity to present the material terms. I have supplied you with a volume of printed material, most of which is not germane to our discussion here today, so I'll try to hit the highlights and then I'll remain available for questioning following that. Of particular concern to me in every one of these are the fees. Mr. Bean covered this. He's got it down to a 0.9% per annum fee on our total investment, total draw at the time. That's most favorable. We'll be preparing documents, including a limited partnership agreement, the subscription booklet, a confidential private placement memorandum, and a Wyoming-specific side letter, Wyoming-specific subscription agreement as well. The reason why we'll be doing the Wyoming-specific stuff are those items that I'll highlight now that we cannot do without. Things that are statutorily required and or things that are, the hill will die upon, if you will. Among those are the state's limited liability, and they will agree that our liability will be limited to our investment at the time, regardless of whatever transacts following investment. The reporting format, this has become an issue for us in numerous different funds. They're going to agree that they will report gains and losses, dividends, payouts, and return of capital in a format that is congruent with the accounting system with the state treasurer's office. So, and that includes digital quarterly reporting as well. In addition, they're going to acquiesce and acknowledge their being subject to the Wyoming Public Records Act, which, as you know, has become a source of serious concern for some of these fund managers. And they understand that we will not, by statute, agree to indemnification under any circumstances. They're going to acknowledge receipt of our investment policy statement and their obligations related thereto, including sovereign immunity, which is necessary by statute here, and the fact that we will not submit to arbitration under any circumstance. We will have side letter provision concerning jurisdiction and governing law, making Wyoming the choice of venue and choice of law. And as it relates to the ESG policies, they're going to agree to make commercially reasonable efforts to maximize returns. That's consistent with the statement in our investment policy state. In addition, there will be no industry-specific prohibitions with respect to the extractive industry. And as previously alluded to, we will negotiate an opportunity to exclude ourselves from any investment that we're not comfortable with and or doesn't comply with our investment policy statement. So I'm sure, given the volume of material that I provided to you, you have questions, but those are the highlights from my perspective. So,
Mr. Treasurer, if I may ask, there is an advisory board, or do we have the opportunity to participate on that advisory board? It's probably by the GP, but.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that due to the nature of the ticket size, yeah, we were able to negotiate a seat on the advisory panel, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, who's going to fill that seat?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I have no, that's a more appropriate question for Mr. Fleming, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, typically that is the CIO who is the person that is in charge of it, but because of the number of boards that we have, that is usually delegated to the senior investment officer that is in charge of it. So in this instance, Byron Bean would be the person in charge, but we still get all that data from them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve the material terms of the state's investment in Morgan Stanley's North Haven Private Equity Co-Investment Opportunities Fund 3 LP, known as PICO 3 Fund.
It's been moved. It's been seconded by the auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment here.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and pass it My big thing on this material terms has been strength. And I don't know why we don't approve the material terms before the manager itself. That's never really made sense to me, but you'll see here on page 5 of the material terms, I'd like to add, the advisor will strictly adhere to section 3.5 of the Wyoming State Loan and Investment Board Master Investment Policy and sub-policies as it relates to environmental, social, and governance, ESG, or subsequent non-pecuniary based investment criteria by refusing to pursue any element of an ESG-based investment strategy. So that's the motion. Thank you.
Okay, the motion has been made. Is there a second? to
Mr.
the
Chairman,
motion?
question.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, you had mentioned that they had agreed upon all of those specifics within our master policy. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes. They were supplied a copy of the IPS, and as a part of the side letter provisions, they'll acknowledge their obligations to invest in accordance with our policy.
Okay, thank you.
So again, is there support for the secretary's motion? Is there support for the secretary's motion? Mr. Secretary, the motion fails for lack of a second. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I think this is, from what I understand, Charles, this extra language is just duplicative and it's already baked in the cake, so to speak.
It is in fact in our IPS already, yes. So when they acknowledge receipt of the IPS and intend to invest, indicate they intend to invest in accordance with the policy, that would include that language in 3.5.
Okay, yeah, that's what I understood. Thank you.
And Mr. Treasurer, the point I made about the advisory board, there's a value to being on the advisory board. And I think it's important that the state continue to assert at all levels and all advisory functions how important it is that non-pecuniary issues to remember, if I remember the policy correctly, not be involved in that ESG stuff, that, be somehow ferreted out. Particularly when you start talking about things like scope 3, how the hell can you tell where a tire is going to go and impute what the environmental consequence of that's going to be? It's absolutely foolishness, and I'm hopeful that that we can begin to point that out in a way that's consistent. I remember speaking at Barclays not long ago, and there was a lot of talk about how scope 3 just makes no sense. You can't judge it, and yet it's still being used. And so I think, to the Secretary's good points, I hope we use our leverage in every way we can to say, look, this is about investing. This isn't about changing, countries' worlds or anything else. So, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you. Scope 3 is a joke. I mean, it's absurd. It doesn't make any sense. And, I believe the IPS, and I've said this many times, is unclear the way it's worded. I tried to strengthen it with some amendments that were rejected. And so I believe making it clear with this sentence, as I've tried to do many times, is very important. So just saying, well, they agree to the IPS doesn't really address what my concern is. And I understand it may address yours, but I think that sentence would make the material terms crystal clear and is very important, because as we saw last year, there was a manager that agreed to the IPS, but then put in there that compared coal to chemical weapons and pornography. I mean, that was obviously not in line with the IPS or the intent of the IPS, but I think it's written in a way that is not strong enough. And so that's why this sentence is important. And that's why I'm doing this. So thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think what's going to happen in these ones is that some of these banks, like Bank of America, are going to have to start trying to figure out how they're going to be able to, basically, if they're in the mortgage industry, attribute all the scope 3 carbon impacts on every house that's sold in America.
Every child that's born.
Yeah, and so it is, and to this extent, I agree that it is ridiculous. All it does is multiply the effects of what they're contributing to carbon dioxide because it's counted 1,000 times by a million people. You know, it's insane. And so I think they'll finally wake up to their insanity. You know, but it is covered. This same language is in section 3.5. It's in our IPS. And I'll hold Byron's feet to the fire to be a rabid facilitator into the values of Wyoming's people. So.
Great.
Mr. Chairman? Let's see. And, I don't know if I moved
I think we did.
Did we move the material terms? I think, yeah. All right, so we're done that. We're down over to,
Well, we need to vote on it still.
Yeah.
we need to vote on it?
So
Okay.
the motion is on the floor.
Yeah, call for the
Any
question.
further discussion? The question is called for. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Secretary is a no.
Down to our last one, the private credit manager, Pantheon Ventures.
Thank
You're
you,
on.
Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman. So you'll be hearing from Caleb for a deeper dive on Pantheon Credit Opportunities Fund 2. As Russell mentioned, this is a secondaries private credit fund. So this is a fund that takes other LP interests in the secondary market, trying to purchase them at a discount of 20 to 30%. Pantheon is a firm that has spent a lot of time in the private market secondaries, doing private equity originally, and the private credit secondaries market is a burgeoning investment area. There's been a lot of new investment there, but there has not been as many secondary managers that have come to the market, which allows Pantheon to drive really attractive returns for their investors. It's a deep team, it's a dedicated team, it's one that is hands down one of the best in the industry, and RBK thinks that they would be a good partner, particularly from a portfolio fit. Currently, there isn't secondaries exposure in the private credit portfolio, and we think that that'll help drive attractive risk returns from the portfolio level. With that, I'll turn it over to Caleb.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board today. My name is Caleb Simpson, and I'm from the Wyoming State Treasurer's Office. And I'm excited today to be presenting Pantheon's Private Credit Opportunities 3 Fund. Pantheon as a firm has a long history investing in credit secondaries dating back to the year 2000. The dedicated private credit secondaries platform was established in 2018 to identify and invest in the significant deal flow that the firm was seeing across the universe. The strategy will target private credit secondaries from both limited partners and general partners, primarily in North America, think 70 to 80%, as well as Europe. The multi-strategy, multi-geography approach taken by the team will provide day one diversification and will complement other dedicated strategy types in the private credit portfolio, as Joe alluded to, such as asset-based finance, as well as direct lending. Estimates for private credit secondary deal flow over the next 3 years are at 90 billion plus in the current steady state. The opportunity set is robust and will continue to grow. I strongly believe that Pantheon is positioned to capitalize for the following reasons. In addition, I'll address some of the risks that we came across and some of the mitigating factors during the diligence process. Well, first and foremost, the impressive risk-adjusted returns. Not only has Pantheon had very low loss rates in their 6 years in their dedicated strategies, they've generated in the most recent fund a 25.7% net return with full fees. In addition of a multiple of 1.39 times, and company fundamentals that match the direct lending market. 5.7 times is the average attachment point at a 49% loan to value. So very attractive attachment points and loan to values in all of these underlying assets they're investing in addition to the average discount of 21 to 22% they're receiving from LPs and GPs in these particular funds. Secondly, sourcing access. Pantheon is one of the few general partners in the space to be solely focused on secondaries. And the key, the key to the importance of this particular detail is other large multi-asset managers who have direct lending businesses, opportunistic credit businesses, et cetera, are often blocked and boxed out of these secondary deals because they're viewed as competition in the private credit space, whereas Pantheon has the unique sourcing capabilities. Third of all, diversification. Your average direct lending portfolio, although highly diverse, typically contains 80 to 100 names. Their second fund had 1,700 underlying positions. They estimate anywhere from 1,500 to 2,500 positions in this particular fund, protecting against idiosyncratic risks. It'll be diversified by asset type, GP, geography, et cetera. And finally, visibility of underlying assets. Pantheon, on average, invests 3 to 4 years in the fund's life. What this does is it helps to minimize blind pool risk. So as a GP and as an LP investing in their fund, we know that typically on average 75 to 80% of the capital has been called and invested in underlying deals. So we have a high degree of confidence of the constitution of these portfolios they're investing in. And finally, piggybacking on that, specifically highlighting in my memo entry points. As LCD highlights, 60% of defaults occur within the first 3 years of a deal. If they're investing on average 3 to 4 years, statistically, most defaults have occurred in these portfolios, helping to minimize downside risk. In my investment recommendation, as well as RVK's investment recommendation, I identified a fair number of risks in their respective mitigants. One being junior debt. But the key nuance to the junior debt exposure in their portfolio is the size and quality of the companies they're investing in, as well as the discount, which provides a significant hedge to any downside volatility in this portfolio. In addition, key person risk. A combination of 3 senior managers constitute the core senior leadership in Pantheon. However, if you look at the specific economics, RVK highlights this in their recommendation. They're very economically incented with long carry periods to remain with Pantheon, and they're still relatively early on in their careers. So that mitigates that key concern. With that, I'll yield to any questions.
Thank you,
Mr. Secretary.
Okay, thank you. You were talking about the risk talks about this RIC that we weren't able to get on the key person risk. Instead, it was the, Francesco, the Valderrama,
Correct,
and these other individuals.
two of the 3.
Yeah, so what happened? You weren't able to get Rick listed on solely is what it means, or was he not listed as one of the?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Initially, that was one of my concerns from the first 1 or 2 calls I had with Pantheon. And my exposure to Rick was that there was an over concentration of expertise with one individual. However, as Mr. Bean highlighted, after my significant diligence and on-site in New York with individuals all the way at the associate level, vice president level, senior vice president, all the way up to Rick and the managing members, led me to conclude that the team is exceptionally deep and well-resourced, and one individual does not drive the investment philosophy or sourcing.
Mr. Chairman, any other questions?
None. I just wanted to note how extensive Caleb's work was, how much I appreciated it. Thanks.
Okay. Patrick, any follow-up? Okay. Get back here to the right page. Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion, I would recommend that the board select the fund Pantheon Ventures as a state private credit investment manager conditioned upon approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Secretary is a no. So,
Thank you,
material
Mr. Chair.
terms.
Yes, we'll pass to Charles to do material terms.
Go ahead, Charles.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I once again appreciate the opportunity to endeavor to present these summary material terms to you. I provided, again, 5 pages of terms that I think you might find relevant to this particular investment. And I'll start and, again, highlight and remain available for questions. One thing I got to mention here is that our ticket size of $150 million in this investment would normally have resulted in a 1.25% per annum fee basis. A very capable colleague, Mr. Simpson, was able to negotiate that out. It got 25 basis points off of that, so we're flat 1%. And that was exceptional given that everyone else in the fund has just signed as they were. So that's good news. We'll be working to produce documents related to a limited partnership agreement, the subscription booklet, a private placement memorandum, as well as Wyoming-specific side letter provisions and a Wyoming-specific subscription agreement. Again, the reason for those Wyoming-specific things are those things which we have to have by statute. And that includes acknowledgement of our tax exempt status and the no need to withhold taxes on dividends and payouts or return of capital. They'll also acknowledge the limited liability of the state to that which our investment is at any given time a claim is made. And they have also, Mr. Treasurer, agreed to provide reporting in a manner that was consistent with the accounting system of the State Treasurer's Office, including quarterly digital reports. So that's a good thing. They've acknowledged the Wyoming Public Records Act. As we discussed earlier, that's become an issue, and they understand it is, so they're acknowledging it by a side letter provision. They've agreed to indemnification and exculpation, primarily because by statute, we can't indemnify them for anything. They are in receipt of our investment policy statement, and they've acknowledged it and agreed to invest accordingly. They've acknowledged our sovereign immunity, as well as our inability to submit to arbitration in any dispute. So jurisdiction and governing laws, once again, Wyoming, that's statutory and they can't really get out of that, so that's a positive thing. And then as it relates to the ESG and extractive industry policy, no, their assessment is that no sustainability factors are going to be determinative of any particular investment. And there is no specific industry prohibitions against extractive industries. So that's about as strong as we can get given the circumstances. And just like the previous alternative investment we presented, there will be a specific opportunity to exclude ourselves from investments that we're not comfortable in or we feel is morally wrong or doesn't agree with our investment policy statement.
Mr. Chairman, do those come to the board, or is that solely at the discretion of the Treasurer's Office?
I think it's at the discretion of the Treasurer's Office.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe that it's typically been handled when it's raised by both Patrick and whichever individual senior investment officer brought the fund.
Now, does that come to the treasurer, or is it the CIO that makes the determination?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, ultimately it is the treasurer's decision. So in something that we feel that that is off base or something that we're not comfortable with, we'll do our due diligence, look at it, and then we would go to the Mr. Treasurer to talk to him to see what his view is.
Mr. Chairman, could you lay out a couple examples where that's occurred in the last decade in your knowledge, where you've brought something to the treasurer, a piece of a fund that we were a board on and we were able to extract ourselves from, and we did successfully?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, this is something, the co-investment period, investments that we've just started on. This is something that's more of a new investment. It's because of the stress that's in the market right now. So this has only been happening in the last, I would say a year or so that we've started to invest in co-investments. The most recent conversation that we've had on something like this was actually on something that was put up on the voting side for the shares. And that was anytime that we see something like that, it happened to do with Elon Musk. And that was one that we looked at, and I went to Mr. Treasurer and I said, what is your view on this? This is the situation. What is your view on the voting process?
Mr. Chairman, that's on proxies, but my question is specifically on this new protection that I guess you've written in the last year and you're touting as a protection for our state. Have there been any cases in this year where you've had it in some agreements, or you said in the last year where we have removed ourselves from any problematic investment venture?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, no, we have not, but also you have to realize that this is an investment period over 5 to 7 years. So as far as the investment period, there's very few investments that have already been put forth. So if we've only started this in a year, the amount of materials that we've seen has been de minimis. I don't even think that we've seen one yet to where we've actually been asked is, okay, this is what we're looking at. So this is just an embryonic period of a new program just starting. In 7 years from now, that would be a much better question, and we'd have many more instances, I think, when we'd have a situation where we could decline.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd love to be updated on that if there are any instances where these problematic investments where the state takes a stand. Also, I continue to, I'd love to see the proxies. I think that every member of the board should have that. So, and it hasn't been provided. I tried to get it in the IPS. I guess Public Records Act is a possibility. So I think that's something that we should be provided from a transparency perspective. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam
and I'll
Auditor.
try to ask this in a sensible way. Back to the ESG and extractive industry policy, does this term mean they don't have any restrictions, or whatever restrictions they might have, our investment is not subject to?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I believe the way that we've discussed it with them is they don't currently have a policy that says we will refuse to engage in extractive industries, like a number of industries do. But the exclusion is a completely separate side letter provision. So they will agree that there is no prohibition to investing in an extractive industry. And then in a separate section, they'll agree that we have an opportunity to be excluded from certain investments. So they're not one and the same. They're two different elements.
And Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, just to clarify this, just to make sure that we're all clear on what a secondary is. So they are not going out to make the investment. They are purchasing an existing investment that's already been out there, or investments from another manager. And many times they might have multiple investments that they're picking out of this manager. So they are not specifically going out to do the credit due, they're buying it in the secondary market.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Got to get to the right page here again. Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the material terms of the state's investments in Pantheon Credit Opportunities Fund 3.
Second.
It's been moved and it's been seconded. Are there
Mr. Chairman, I have
good discussion?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You'll see on the handout I provided under B, on page 5 of the material terms, the amendment I would like to bring would be the GP will strictly adhere to Section 3.5 of the Wyoming State Loan and Investment Board Master Investment Policy and sub-policies as it relates to environmental, social, and governance ESG or subsequent non-pecuniary based investment criteria by refusing to pursue any element of an ESG-based investment strategy. And again, the reason why this is necessary is because of the vagueness of the IPS. And I know it's been touted as the answer, but it is vague. It was why we got that contract here last year that had that provision comparing coal to pornography and chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, that they're not gonna in their exclusion strategy. So that's why we need that explicit sentence there to strengthen, because the IPS is the only protection we have right now. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I recall, I think our office found that and we took that provision out, and that's the process, the due diligence that we go through. So, and the due diligence is even more restrictive now because it's a standard part of our material terms as far as they have to adhere to the IPS. So we're doing everything that we have possible under the IPS.
Right. Well, and Mr. Chairman, I understand the way that claimed to be played out. I had a Public Records Act request on that final agreement. But, you know, it came before the board, and without it being caught, it would have proceeded. And so my concern is without that sentence, we don't have that protection when it's not caught. So this is the material term, so this is what they're agreeing to. And obviously that, I guess, came out once it was caught, but I think this is an important protection because what that showed was that the IPS solely is not enough. Otherwise, I don't think they would have put that in there.
So you're proposing an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Is there support for the Secretary's amendment? Is there support for the Secretary's amendment? Is there support for the Secretary's amendment? Mr. Secretary, that motion fails, for lack of a second. So back on the main motion?
Yeah, any further discussion? Seeing that, I call for questions.
Okay, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
That motion carries, Secretary dissenting. Thank you.
Mr. Treasurer, thank you. That leads us to the best for last and update, which Becky will be giving us our most recent performance update. So I'll pass that over to Becky Gratzinger. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
There you are.
Good afternoon. Becky Gratzinger, RVK. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I will make this brief because I realize I'm the last thing between you and lunch. So I will make this brief. We've got a brief update on performance through July. Obviously, there's a lot of interesting things that have happened since July. There's some volatility as we've gotten into the month of October, a lot of concern about what's happening in the Middle East. Also, we've had the Federal Reserve actually reduce interest rates by 50 basis points, and we are expecting more. But as we look at this first month of your new fiscal year, we had a positive return in the month of July, which was very nice. When we look at your fiscal year ended in June, and this report again is 1 month past that, just a quick reminder that overall your funds were up about 9% and the long-term funds were up about 11%. So a very good fiscal year financing the spending needs of the state, and we're very, very happy with that. As we think about the year and as we watch the time before the election gradually erode, one thing to just be prepared for is when we've looked at the last years, going back to 1926 for the S&P 500, what we found is that the actual return in the stock market in election years is very similar to non-election years, but there's volatility as you go through that election year, especially when you're looking at the period just before the election. So I would just say there's a lot of reason for potential volatility in the stock market, and that's one of the big growth engines of your overall portfolio. But we are very constructive on your overall structure and the asset allocation, and are very hopeful as well with this point we are in the economy where the Fed has reduced interest rates once and started in that process. And the stock market tends to do well in those kinds of periods. So I just thought I'd offer that as a preliminary statement. And as we look at page 2 of this packet through July, on the left-hand side, you see the quilt chart that we provide to you on page 2. And that is just an assessment of year by year what types of investments have performed very well. This is calendar years, not referring to fiscal years. But if you just look at the calendar year to date through July of 24, at the very top of that chart is MLPs. So this is actually investments in the energy space, in transmission. They've done very well so far this year. And then in the blue categories are the equity markets, which have done very well. At the bottom of the July information is orange. That's the real estate markets. We have seen that in 2022, when the bond markets and the equity markets were correcting at the same time, it was a very difficult time for investors, and real estate was nearly the best performing asset class along with MLPs. And then in 2023, we started to see the price of real estate start to correct. Office properties in large cities was one of the reasons, but there are other types of real estate whose prices were reducing. We are starting to see that stabilize as we look at this year, and the markdowns are starting to settle down, and we're starting to get more return driven by income in those markets. So I just wanted to mention, when you look at real estate and you say, gosh, two of these columns towards the right-hand side of that quilt chart show real estate at the bottom, we do think we're very close to a turning point. Well, that will perform better as we roll into the future. So those are the quick, really high-level comments on the market environment. As you look at page 3, just as of the end of July, we have over $30 billion in total assets, looking at all the funds that we report on. And when we look on page 4, the return on a calendar year-to-date basis is right in the middle of the page through July, just a little under 6%. You can see the longer-term values. Again, this is combining everything. These are everything from our state agency pool to our longer-term investments. And so again, a lot of different types of purposes and risk profiles that are reflected here. As you move ahead to page 7, if you wouldn't mind skipping a couple pages, we look here at the returns of our various funds. We have our longer-term funds with those growth goals over time. In the middle of the page, calendar year to date, through July, we see a return of about 7% for those longer-term funds. Also, you'd include in that, in a similar structure, is the common school and higher ed. When we look at workers' comp, a very different type of structure, since that is there to meet claims for the workers' comp fund. So you've got a combination of growth-oriented investments and then investments that are really aligned with meeting those obligations. So overall, a return of about 3%. That's a combination of all of those yellow highlighted areas. And then the following page shows LISRA, which on a year-to-date basis is up about 5%. Again, there's 3 different buckets in LISRA that are all allocated differently, especially the long-term reserve is oriented for longer-term growth. So overall, good growth there for the first 7 months of this year. Pool A up, as you can see, a little over 6%. And the state agency pool, it is so nice in a higher interest rate environment in cash to see better numbers than many years where it was really low, like 0, 1%. So this certainly is very welcome.
Becky, can I ask one question?
Of course.
I was under the impression that we had taken out the middle part of LISRA and we had either long-term or short-term. And I guess the reason I ask this is, how do we blend that return as we go?
Right, and maybe Patrick, you can speak to the restructuring.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that was part of, as Becky alluded to, the restructuring. So if you look at the long-term reserve in that intermediate, which is the ag, it's basically a 50-50 portfolio. So what we were trying to do when we're shrinking the portfolio, the short-term reserve, which is, it's in, yeah, that's going to stick there. And then we just have this into the 50-50 portfolio. So it will be split into 50% equities and 50% fixed income. And so we're just reducing one fund, and that's just part of our restructuring that we worked on in the asset allocation last year.
So
this is as of, June. So we haven't yet been able to put all of that in that, but that will be forthcoming, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Great question, Mr. Chairman. So if I could have you move to page 9, again, looking at one of the other goals for the total, or for each fund specifically, is as we pursue the investment goals for each fund, and as many of these noted on this page are growth-oriented funds, and yet spinning off income for spending, we want to stay below the volatility of a 70-30 equity fixed income portfolio. And when you look at the page that shows the standard deviation on a rolling 3-year basis, we are falling well below that level of volatility. And that is a testament to the diversification that is in each one of these funds. And of course, the fund that has the lowest level of volatility would be cash-oriented investments, which is the orange line at the bottom. So very much falling within that expected result when we look at overall risk. And in fact, if you look at the following page, you can see that as a percentage of the volatility of 70-30, each one of those funds is falling in the about 60% range of that overall volatility. So again, the pursuit of diversification has been very productive. There's a number of pages that actually show attribution of where the fund return came from, but they're only for a short period of time, a 1-month period of time in your fiscal year to date. So I'm going to have you turn actually a fair number of pages back, and just to make sure we're on the same page, it is going to be on page 29 of my deck. Mine may be a little bit different. This is where it's actually going to go into the return of each one of your asset classes. And I just wanted to remind you, as we look at where returns have been generated in this period, it has been really an equity-oriented led investment period. When we look at just 7 months, U.S. equities, and when we look at our composite, have returned almost 17%. And when we roll forward and look at the S&P 500 through yesterday, the returns are up 20%. So please don't get used to these numbers. These are inflated prices, and I know we've talked about in past meetings with you that the S&P 500 has really been driven by artificial intelligence stocks, NVIDIA. You have one single stock that has a market capitalization of over $3 trillion, which is NVIDIA, which is just crazy how those prices have been bid up. So we don't expect a return of 17% from U.S. equities when we look at our expectations at our asset allocation. But boy, when we get those returns, we'll take them, but we'll just noting the risk of what was really driving return. So I just wanted to mention that unusual level of return. There really isn't any asset class or manager to highlight for you of significant concern. We're happy with the enhancements that you voted on today that are in international equity, in private equity, and private credit, and think that those will be accretive over the long term. As we look at finishing up fiscal year numbers, again, this is the first report really of your new fiscal year, but those alternative investment prices are continuing to roll in, so we'll be able to collect those final valuations. And as I mentioned, real estate is starting to stabilize. We're hopeful as we go into this next new fiscal year that we'll see some better returns there. We've seen private equity really starting to recover as well. The private equity markets tend to lag what's happening in the public equity markets. And so we're very hopeful there. Again, private credit is just rolling along and paying those higher yields. Infrastructure is doing well. So again, I think we're off to a good start in this fiscal year. Just buckle up a little bit for volatility as we go through this election season. And as we look at what's happening around the world and the conflicts that are playing out.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, just one, if you have another question or whatever, I just wanted to add one comment.
I had one last question. For over a decade, we've been waiting for EMD to come into port, and it hasn't.
Yes. Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. It is one of those asset classes that has just had so much volatility. And really the premise behind having the exposure is getting higher yields than we would elsewhere. But certainly currencies can move that all around. And they tend to, and I remember past meetings where we had this conversation, there are certain asset classes that go into a risk-off behavior when investors are scared. So even though it is a fixed income type of security, and you would think of the public markets that emerging equities would get their heads handed to them first when the world is afraid and fleeing back to the US and fleeing to fixed income and cash, but those emerging debt securities also are in one of those risk-off asset classes where investors really punish them. But underlying it are still some attractive yields. It's just that now finally in the US, we have good yields, not as high as some of those countries, but it is a little different environment.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and just to add on to that is the emerging economies were the first to go through that easing cycle. And now the industrial economies, all but Japan, are in an easing cycle for the first time in ages. So theoretically, that's going to cause the dollar to come off a little bit, which should help that area. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to pull your attention to page 37, and that's the WyoStar account, which is managed by the mid back office. That's not something that we do, but I just kind of want to, give them a little heads up because as you know, and we've discussed before, the WyoStar program, and that there was some questions about, well, what kind of returns are they doing? And we tried to explain to the participants that there's a difference between yield to maturity and a current yield. And so most of these securities owned very low coupon payments that had a low current yield. If you have 1% coupon, you get a 1% yield. And so other people would go to the local state entities and say, oh, we can give you 5%. And I'm like, well, as soon as the market comes back, then you're going to see a difference there. And I just wanted to highlight that it's behaving exactly as we said. So, you look at the performance at 1 year on WyoStar 2, and it's a 6.67, where these other funds that came in and said, oh, invest with us, they're getting overnight money, which is now below 5%. So, it's performing exactly as what, Katie and the crew had said it would do, and I just wanted to highlight and make sure everyone saw that. And then also JP Morgan, who does manage that portfolio, just looking at their outperformance both in the WyoStar 1 and WyoStar 2 accounts, they continue to outperform. So just to make sure that everyone on the board is aware that, there is no issue with what that group has done, and the treasurer's made sure that that's, everyone has been aware of that. So I just wanted to highlight to the board. Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you. And anything else, Mr. Treasurer?
Well, not on this, but I would like to take the time here one of these days to go over WyoStar 3 and those type of things, so you guys understand where we're at on things. One of the things, I did talk to the treasurers up there, and I'm going to have our selection committee for our IFC poll to see whether or not they would consider being the selection committee for a statewide IFC committee for the political subdivisions.
Oh.
I thought that's a good hands-off ways. I don't know if they'd be interested in it, but I thought, I approach that to them, so let you guys know where we're going on that. Then I did tell the treasurers up there, says, you guys are gonna have to be patient because you can't go in and out of this because you'll make the mistakes that you have before, is that you'll sell low and buy high, which essentially is what they did with WyoStar 2. They sold low and they're going to buy high, and so they're losing 1.5% on 1.5% on Neutrona is $100 million. So that's what they lost. So yeah. But it's going to be patience on this thing, and I think a lot of them were thinking that they'd like to get into it, but the treasurers that I spoke to there, the ones that actually had more than 5 million, there's not too many treasurers that have more than $5 million. So they want to be able to do something. I approached them about, well, maybe there's something we could do that's like the 457 plan, but with Vanguard, not BlackRock, and that would allow, I think, people on Main Street to do that if you had an IFC committee that said, okay, these are the ETFs that you can get into, and they need help on portfolio development, total investing, and that they wanted us to do it. And I said, I don't think that's our business,
No, it'd be a dangerous place to be.
It isn't, but I think we can put in some guidelines to some of these folks but the whole thing is, and they don't understand patience. They don't understand that they can't walk into it and do single stock things and get way too much concentration risk. And we have a hard time doing it, but we're doing it in a balanced portfolio. You do that in an unbalanced portfolio, they're going to have some problems. And then I do want to talk about our compounding fund. I I think that we've got that one, I think, arranged to where it's a reasonable amount to be funded. And essentially what it would do is, the way we're looking at it is putting 100 million in for 25 to 29 years and getting a 16x multiplier, because that's what you can get during that time period. And then that makes it that 100 million worth 1.6 billion. Taking 600 million, and I'm thinking the distribution should probably be the same way that follows like federal royalties and severance tax, because we've got those distribution lanes already set out. They're pretty well set across the board where there's no winners and losers. Basically, everybody gets something out of it. And thinking that 600,000 at that time period will pretty much supplant the revenues that we've had from energy right now, but leave $1 billion left over, and then that $1 billion would be rolled over on that same thing every year. And then at that point in time, you're looking at 16 billion there. And then you've got 6 billion that would flow out in about year 50 to 55, that would flow out into the severance taxes and the federal mineral royalties. So that's kind of the broad basis of what we're looking for now. Depending on, what happens, I think, in the Senate and the discussion that we would have with the folks in the House, I think it would basically allow us not to have any major tax increases over the next 50 to 75 years. And maybe actually some decreases when you get into that second time period. So, those are, I think, an exciting way to the future that we don't have to rely on sales tax to supplement property tax. And so it's just trying to look at the numbers, figure out what we can put in that's reasonable, and the use cases that you can use for that. So.
Mr. Secretary.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a really interesting proposal, but as I've said many times here, coming from the legislative angle, because I was there for a while, just like you were there much longer than I was, but it's always about where the flows go, right? I mean, if the flows go towards capital expenditures and wants rather than needs entirely, then you can't lower taxes or stop tax increases, which I think is a great goal. So you got to get that right from the start. You got to make sure those flows are right.
And I think we're going to get it this year. I think the House is going to cooperate with the Senate, and I think we're going to get basically looking at the needs and not so much the wants. And
you should flow it into LISRA. I mean, that's the ultimate backstop, and that's where most of these proceeds should flow.
But instead, you don't understand illiquidity premiums. So that's why I want to get with you guys and look at what illiquidity premiums are and the power of compounding. Power of compounding, what's that quote from Albert Einstein?
That's fine.
The eighth wonder of the world, there's those who understand it receive it, those who don't pay it.
Right.
Yeah, and that's true. LISRA does not have compounding, and therein lies I think what we really want to look at is trying to figure out how to get some increases in our long-term investments with compounding, but not do it to the point where you're essentially really hurting all of the other things. But you look at the severance taxes. What we used to get close to $200 million in the PMTF, and it's less than $100 million now. So those things are drying up, and they're drying up pretty darn quick. And you look 25 years from now, if you don't do something, then tell me what that future looks like. That future looks like Arizona, Lake Havasu, 17% sales tax, and an income tax, and a property tax. So, that's what we get with the future, because we won't have, a reoccurring permanent mineral trust fund, and we won't have the permanent land fund that we have now, because the severance tax is going to be gone. This replaces those federal mineral royalties and the severance tax.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, certainly understand the power of compounding. I think we all do. But, I understand the repetition of that mantra. All I'm saying is something different, which is that when you achieve the gain that the proceeds that you're going to use for funding government, whatever that amount is, however it's calculated, that's a separate issue, and the timing of that flow. If you put it simply into the general fund or capital construction accounts, you're not able to fund all of the essential functions of government. So that's all I'm saying. You have to get that ultimate flow right so that the things that actually backstop the things that the state has to do are done. And then you can lower taxes, at least hopefully continue to lower taxes. That's the key. As long as you plop those proceeds in the general fund and capital construction projects, you have these things we have to fund that are funded currently by severance tax. And if it goes away as you're predicting, which I certainly am going to fight to make sure that we have that, oil, gas, those extraction industries, coal. But if it's just being plopped in the general fund and capital construction projects, you're still going to have the problem if that does.
Plop it in the liver, you're one vote away from the general fund.
Well, it's better than the general fund. So come up with something different. I think that's a great idea.
Appreciate
I think
the conversation.
I just did.
Thanks.
You just got to listen to it.
So if that is it, I was going to just say, Jason, that I promised midway through where I was, we are conducting interviews for the Director of State Lands. And we have, I think, completed four of those. We have a few more to do. And I'll certainly be glad to comment to or bring to everybody's attention sort of who we've thought of. So,
well, I'm more talking about holistically, because whenever I have a vacancy, I think about what is it that I want that position to achieve, right? And what is the direction we're trying to take our agency with respect to that position? So that was more the intent of my question was, what are some of the goals? And I know what I think some of the things we need to emphasize, which are continuing to grow industry, but also the thoroughness, getting those rules right, because I have heard a lot from industry that those rules have become quite burdensome and need to be updated. That was more my question. What are some of the things that you're thinking about in terms of the direction of that position, which does serve at your pleasure? And I think, while the board is very involved in it, it does serve at your pleasure.
Yeah. Well, thanks. And I guess in my view, I think we want to have an efficient office that can handle the needs of Office of State Lands and Investments, that can be responsive to the board. I think with regard to things like rules, they are determined kind of by the legislature when they pass a law, and then they get complicated as they go along. And sort of take in every eventuality. I'd love to see that process of making rules much more simple, and I think we also can. I'm very cautious. Joe Meyer used to say, "Never go to the legislature unless you're sure of the outcome," and I've learned that lesson. A couple times we've tried to go with very simple fixes, like is it postmarked or is it in the office? We've come back with something quite different, and that then occasions rules to get more complicated. So those are sort of some of the things.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That customer service, you said that is very important, very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Interim Director.
Mr. Chairman, that is all we have for you today.
All right. Without objection, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Been moved. Been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.